Tigers baseball on Fox Sports Detroit is presented by
Bell Tire.
It is the night that all Tigers fans have been waiting for. The leading strikeout artist in the American League will make his debut as a Detroit Tiger. David Price earlier today was scoping out the scene here at Yankee Stadium as he prepares to make his first start as a Tiger, and it comes right here in the Bronx at Yankee Stadium. Welcome to Game 2 in this 4-game series featuring the Detroit Tigers and the New York Yankees. Hi again, everyone. Welcome to Tigers Baseball. Mario and Pemba, Ron Allen, glad to have you with us here for Tigers Baseball. Game 2 in the series. Tigers try and rebound. And, Rod, really aside from opening day, maybe the most anticipated day of Tigers Baseball in a long, long time.
That would be absolutely correct. I know Tigers fans, they have been waiting for about a week now for their new toy. That would be David Price to take the mound for them. He finally gets the ball here tonight in New York, and I can't wait for this game.
All right, now the Tigers have been really kind of unbalanced in the rotation. A lot of power right-handed arms. Now you've got Price who comes in, power lefty, and really among the ranks in left-handed pitchers recently, he's been up there.
Well, he takes a back seat really to no one. I mean, this guy in his pedigree since he left college, he has been an outstanding pitcher. And you take a look at David Price here. This is since 2010 where he ranks in wins, strikeouts, earned run average, pitches per game. He's an absolute bulldog. He will give you 7 and on many nights 8 innings. He definitely rests the bullpen. So he's just a tremendous young left-handed pitcher who the Tigers are happen to acquire right in the middle of his prime.
All right, now, obviously over the years, the Tigers have struggled at times against David Price. Now, he features 4 different pitches. Talk about the arsenal we will see tonight for the first time in a Tigers uniform.
Well, he's one of those guys that he knows where his bread is buttered. His bread is always buttered with his fastball. It would be his 4-seam fastball. And he's very, very aggressive with the fastball to a fault sometimes because he gives up a lot of hits. But he can really pound that strike zone down and in, down and away, up and away, and up and in. He's got all 4 quadrants of the strike zone covered. He added this cutter a couple of years ago, and it's been a plus pitch for David Price. Guys get bored, so they always come up with another pitch. And then he has a real nice curveball that he can front door you with. He can back door you with that curveball as well. And his changeup is a legitimate swing and miss changeup. He throws it right over the top. It's got some fading action to it. He has no problems with left-handers or right-handers. As far as skill set is concerned and left-handers in the major leagues, he's probably second behind Clayton Kershaw as far as stuff is concerned. Chris Sale would also be on that list.
All right, we look forward to it. This is going to be fun. Game 2 of this series coming up. And right now we send you back to the Call Sam Studios and John Keating. Game 2 in this series and the debut tonight in a Tigers uniform for left-hander David Price. It is a gorgeous night for baseball tonight. We'll check out the Tigers starting lineup. It is presented by the Southeast Michigan Ford dealers, and for Brad Ausmus tonight, his lineup looked like this. It'll be Rajai Davis back in the leadoff slot. He'll play in center field. Ian Kinsler at second base. Miguel Cabrera down at first. Victor Martinez has been hot over the last week. He is the DH tonight. Then Torrey Hunter, J.D. Martinez, and a bottom three of Castellanos, Avila, and Andrew Romine, and they are facing the right-handed offerings of Mr. Hiroki Kuroda.
Kuroda has 5 different pitches. He's won 7 games this year. He's lost 7 games. The ERA is just a shade under 4, but the Tigers can get ready for a fastball that will top out at 94. He's also got a really good splitter that he throws to the lefties and the righties, a slider, curveball, and a cutter, the 5-pitch mix of Hiroki Kuroda. Let's take a look at the starting lineup. The defensive alignment for the New York Yankees here tonight is presented by Tim Hortons in the outfield. It's Gardner, it's Ellsbury, and Prado. Derek Jeter, .976 career fielding percentage. He's racked up 5 gold gloves as well on his way to Cooperstown when he is eligible to get there.
And so Derek Jeter in his final season as a New York Yankee, the clock is ticking now. The final 2 months of the season, Derek Jeter winding down a storied career here in New York. Well, the Tigers dropped their ball game last night, and as we check the standings coming into play here this evening, the Tigers at 61-48. They lead KC by 4.5. Cleveland 5.5 back, and Chicago is 8 games out. And the Tigers will try and even up the series here tonight with a victory in Game 2. It is a gorgeous night for baseball here in the Bronx. Our game time temperature is 80 degrees. It is clear, and we are ready for baseball this evening. Rajai Davis is back in the starting lineup tonight for the Tigers. David Price is just about ready to go. Got to be feeling some butterflies right now, but once he takes the mound, hopefully he'll be the David Price we have all come to know. First pitch of the ball game is high, 1 ball and no strikes. Rajai Davis batting .304, 6 home runs. He's knocked in 36. Kuroda, 39 years of age, brings home the 1-0, and Davis looks at a ball 2-0. Kuroda making his 23rd start, born in Osaka, Japan. Here's the 2-0 pitch, and it's a chopper hit slowly and foul down the third baseline.
Kuroda's got some nice movement with that fastball when he keeps it at about 89 to 90 miles an hour. You saw that last one with some late life that sort of darted down and in, and all Rajai Davis could do was hit it off his front foot.
There are the particulars on Mr. Kuroda. Rajai was 7 for 13 in that series against the Colorado Rockies, had 3 RBIs. Now Kuroda with the 2-1 pitch. Low and away, 3 balls, 1 strike. Davis, if he gets on base, certainly a threat to steal. Here's the 3-1 pitch. And he'll send it back up the middle into center field. That's a leadoff single for the Tigers.
Really patient at bat by Rajai Davis, who worked the count to 3 balls and 1 strike, and he forced Kuroda into throwing that fastball right over the heart of the plate. And Rajai did not try to do too much with it, simply hit it right back through the box.
That'll bring up Ian Kinsler. Sporting a 6-game hitting streak. Kinsler last night was 1 for 4 with an RBI, batting .291. Rajai, 3rd in the American League in steals. That is chopped foul. Have you noticed the last 2 nights, all of the water in front of home plate, they really wet down that area in front of the dish.
They do.
Look at that. There's a sheen out there. And I would assume that would slow down some ground balls. But it is very wet in front of home plate. And you could see the ground screw before the game. They really soaked that area. 0-1 on Kinsler. And Rajai is chased back.
It's tough to run on Kuroda. There has not been a lot of base runners that have attempted to steal second or third while he has been on the mound this year. He does a very nice job of making sure the base runners do not get good jumps. And then you add in the fact that the catcher, Brian McCann, throws pretty well. This may be tough for Rajai to steal.
He'll scamper back again.
Here's McCann's numbers. He's caught 18 of 49, which is good for 37%. That's a pretty good number for a catcher.
Davis right now is 6 stolen bases shy of 300 for his career. And a ball missing outside. 1 ball, 1 strike on Kinsler. Tigers lost a tight one last night. They just could not get the offense going, despite the fact they had some early chances against Brandon McCarthy. They left the bases loaded in the 2nd inning last night.
And the difference in the game last night was the fact the Tigers did leave some runners on base, but the bullpen of the Yankees was really good in last night's game. Joe Girardi needed 3 1/3 of scoreless innings out of his bullpen last night and got it.
1-1 is lifted in the air. Right down the middle of the infield to the outfield grass it goes. Jeter says, "I'll take it," and he does.
Some of the biggest outs that Brandon McCarthy got last night in the game were against Miguel Cabrera. Miggy came up in a couple situations where he could do some damage, and McCarthy was just 1 step ahead of Miggy all the way.
So here is Cabrera now. He was hitless in last night's game, batting .312. And once again, Davis will draw a throw. Miggy last night had his 6-game hitting streak come to an end. Frustrating night for Cabrera. He did have 1 walk in the game, but grounded out a couple of times and came up in a big spot in the 7th. With a runner at 2nd and 2 outs, they got him to ground out. And Cabrera looks at ball 1 high. Miggy now with 83 RBIs. Finished off a really good homestand in which he hit .409. Tigers embarking on a 9-game road trip. And they began the trip with a loss last night. Cabrera lines one to center field. That's down, a base hit. Davis hits the bag at 2nd, going to 3rd. Ball is bobbled by Ellsbury, and his throw is cut off.
Rajai Davis is such a difference maker. A ball hit that sharply right through the box, a 1-hopper to the center fielder. There aren't many guys that are going to be able to get to 3rd base, but Rajai Davis is one of those. He's got some tremendous speed.
He is so aggressive on the base pass, and you had to believe that Ellsbury maybe rushed his throw a little bit and bobbled it.
Yep, even with the bobble, even if he didn't bobble it, he wouldn't have thrown Rajai out.
And Davis gets in there easily. Tigers in business here in the 1st. Runners at 1st and 3rd, 1 out.
And you knew the Yankees would not slow Miggy down for the 2nd consecutive day due to the fact that he's got monster numbers right here in this ballpark, the new Yankee Stadium.
Now Martinez, who had a double in last night's ball game, finished 2 out of 4. And Victor at .322. Would love to put the Tigers on the board first here tonight. And he'll fly this one in the air to left field. Gardner is going back. Davis is tagging up. Run will score. Throw comes into 2nd base. Sacrifice fly and an RBI for Victor Martinez.
It's a nice job by Rajai Davis, who in the last 4 games, it seems like every time he gets on base, he just happens to touch home plate. He's done marvelous work in center field since they've traded Austin Jackson.
The igniter, and he's done it again here in this ball game, leading off with a single, getting to 3rd on a base hit and scoring. Nice start tonight for the Tigers. Here is Torrey Hunter now with 2 outs. Torrey 0 for 4 last night. He'll take a strike 0-1.
I saw Torrey at the hotel last night, and he was talking about the stuff that the starter for the Yankees was featuring. Brandon McCarthy, that moving fastball, that 93, 94. Torrey said he could not get good swings at him all night long, and really his teammates didn't get good swings at Brandon McCarthy last night.
There's a wave and a miss.
He had a plus fastball.
When McCarthy first got to the big leagues, I mean, it looked like he was going to be a big winner for many years in the league.
He's 6'7", so he throws straight downhill, and last night he had a nice moving fastball. He needed 116 pitches to maneuver his way through the Tigers' order, but he did it.
Yeah, he had more than 30 in that second inning. Now the 0-2. And Hunter takes low, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Torrey's batting average .273. Waiting on deck is J.D. Martinez. Kuroda has beaten every team in the big leagues with the exception of one, and that would be the Detroit Tigers. He's beaten all 29 other teams. Always pitched well for the most part against Detroit. Off the end of the bat, foul. Ooh, did Vizquel bobble that ball?
No, that can't be Omar.
No, that's got to be someone else. He's blaming the dirt now. Oh, Omar never did this in his big league career. Watch this. Oops. And the fans in rows 1 and 2 were actually booing him after that play. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And that'll bounce in. 2-2 the count.
With 2 strikes, Kuroda will go to 1 of 2 pitches. He'll either elevate the fastball to about 92 to see if he'll chase it out of the zone, or he'll go to the split-fingered fastball. He really loves that splitter that he features.
Tigers have a man on with 2 men out, a run in. Now Kuroda with the 2-2. Little tapper right in front of the plate. The catcher McCann will handle it and throw him out. Tigers settle for 1 run. They will leave a man at first base. Half inning in the books, and David Price about to make his way to the mound here at Yankee Stadium. Bronx 1-0 in favor of the Tigers, and David Price tonight is presented by Family Heating, Cooling, and Electrical.
Talked to David Price a couple of days ago at the hotel. He said, Rod, I just want to pitch. And he's going to get his chance to pitch for his new squad here tonight. 23 starts this year, and 18 of those he's gone at least 7 innings. He is quite the workhorse. 189 strikeouts and just 23 base on balls.
Here is the starting lineup he will face tonight, presented by the Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. For the Yankees, Gardner, Jeter, Ellsbury at the top. Mark Teixeira back in there tonight. Was a late scratch last night. Beltran and then McCann. Chase Headley, 5 for 14 this season against the Tigers. And Prado
and Brendan Ryan playing second base. So here is Brett Gardner. He had 2 more hits last night. Gardner having a solid campaign here for the Yankees. Also scored a run.
He was a player of the week last week in the American League, and his manager Joe Girardi said he had never seen Gardner have that kind of week in the big leagues.
And the first pitch from Price, a BB on the outside corner, strike 1.
You'll probably be saying that quite often tonight. He can really thread that needle with that fastball.
Price 11-8 this year, 24th start of the season, first for the Tigers. Here's the 0-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Gardner. Keeping him off the bases a priority. 18 steals this year, but be careful, he does have power, and he's hit for increased power this season.
He's a dead pull hitter, and most of his damage is done from center field over to the right field line.
There's a breaking ball that's outside, and the count goes to 2-1. It's actually a fastball.
It's a cutter at 93. That's that new pitch we talked about at the top of the show. At about 93 miles an hour. Look at that thing just kind of slide across the strike zone. He doesn't throw a slider, but his cutter acts in many ways like a slider.
Here's the 2-1. Rolled foul. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Brett Gardner. Derek Jeter waiting on deck.
Derek Jeter actually has had a really nice career against David Price in 59 at-bats, 18 hits for the Yankee captain.
Gardner, meanwhile, quite the opposite, just 2 for 17 career against Price. Here's the 2-2. In the air toward left, straight at J.D. Martinez, and 1 out.
Let's ISO the David Price delivery for you for just a moment. Not a lot of moving parts. I mean, he takes just a couple of small stutter steps. He kind of turns the right foot in. Then he gets to a really nice balanced position and then comes straight over the top with a good firm fastball anywhere from 94 to 95. That's pretty much a perfect delivery.
Here's Derek Jeter now. Jeter in the ballgame last night was 1 for 4. And there are those career numbers. 305 against Price with a couple of long balls. And of course, hit number 3,000 in his career was off Price. 1 ball, no strikes. Jeter now has hit safely in 9 of 10. Final 2 months of his major league career. He announced in February that this would be his last season. The 1-0 pitch. Bouncing ball third base side. Routine for Castellanos. 2 gone.
Let's take a look at the Tigers starting defense presented by Beaumont Health System. In the outfield, they've got J.D. Martinez, Davis, and Hunter. Romine getting the start at shortstop tonight. Kinsler at second base. Miggy and Castellanos are on the corners, and Avila is the catcher here tonight.
So here is Jacoby Ellsbury. He'll stand in with the bases empty. Ellsbury last night had a really productive night. He was 2 for 3. Had a 2-base hit and RBI.
He needed that.
That he did. Got 50 RBIs this year. And Ellsbury backs away from strike 1. Jacoby earlier this year had a 17-game hitting streak. That was in May and then into June. One of the longer streaks this year in the AL. Right back up the middle just by Price. Romine's going to have no shot though, and it'll be an infield hit. Just eluded David Price.
Looked like David couldn't get the glove down in time.
Romine playing for Suarez tonight. Suarez still bothered by that bad knee. They had an MRI on his knee today, and we're waiting the results, and he felt a lot better. But Romine getting the call anyway. Here's Mark Teixeira. 233 for Teixeira, who suffered some lightheadedness before last night's game and was a very late scratch. Ellsbury is certainly a threat to run. 29 bags this year. He's been caught just 5 times. How about the move of David Price? What's been the word on his move?
It's adequate. It's not a great move. But if he throws over there enough, he can slow down a guy like Jacoby Ellsbury. He also changes his delivery as far as holding the ball on occasion while standing on the mound. Not to the magnitude of Scherzer, but that is one way that David Price slows down the running game as well. Base runners have been successful 3 times this year. Thrown out 3 times. Successful 11 times against Price.
Mark Teixeira is hitting .233. He has been hampered by quite a few different injuries this year. He had a back strain which kept him out. Wrist problem. Hamstring problem.
He's been injury prone.
Yeah, he missed most of last year. The 0-1. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. And Teixeira is the guy that received a very long contract, an 8-year deal in 2009. One ball, 1 strike. Tigers have a 1-0 lead. We're in the bottom of the 1st inning at Yankee Stadium. Strike call.
Good pitch. Good off-speed pitch. We told you about the command of Price, whether it's the breaking ball or the changeup. He can really command it and throw it anywhere he wants to. That's a straight change with a little fading action down and away from Teixeira.
Two-out single by Ellsbury. He's at first base. Now Price ready with the 1-2. There goes the runner. And it's fouled back out of play.
You might see David Price shake off Avila a little bit more often tonight than most Tigers starters will, because Avila just doesn't really know how Price likes to work yet. Avila said he played against Price quite a bit in college. Of course, Price was at Vanderbilt and Avila was at Alabama. But every time Price would pitch against the Tigers, somehow Avila would get that night off. So he really hasn't faced him much.
1-2. Runner goes again, and one more time is fouled, this time straight back. Ellsbury will turn again, go back to first base.
Best fastball so far of the night thrown by David Price at 95 miles an hour.
Price got Gardner to fly out, Jeter to ground out, then a single by Ellsbury, which was shot right back through the box. Teixeira this year has knocked in 51. Well, they got him picked off this time. Ellsbury again was on the move. Now will get himself in a rundown. Kinsler trying to run him back, and he gets back. Wow. Kinsler thought he could outrun him, and Ellsbury diving back into the bag. Is he okay?
It's a nice job by Miguel coming to get the baseball. He gave it to Kinsler in plenty enough time, but where Kinsler made his mistake is he didn't throw the ball back to Miggy. And he was not going to run down Ellsbury. It looked like he may have clipped that right thumb on the bag. It's a dangerous injury when guys hurt their thumb sliding head first.
Oh, he got stepped on by Kinsler right there. I don't think I've ever seen a runner get that close to second base, reverse field, and get safely back into first.
He can run.
I think obviously if Ian gives up the baseball, they have a pretty good shot at getting him. So,
Ian hasn't made many mistakes at second base this year. That one a little mental mistake by Kinsler.
Ellsbury wiggles out of a problem there. Will he go again? This time he holds, and it's swung on and missed. Struck him out. Teixeira is out. So are the Yankees. First strikeout of the ball game for David Price, whose first inning as a Tiger is somewhat uneventful. And we'll go to the second in New York, 1-0. On Fox Sports Detroit is brought to you by Comerica Bank, a part of Detroit and the community since 1849. By the all-new Chrysler 200, America's import. And by True Moo Ice Cream and Chocolate Milk, a truly good thing. Top two here at Yankee Stadium. Tigers own an early 1-0 advantage in this contest. Hiroki Kuroda back at the hill. J.D. Martinez fouls off the first pitch. 0-1 on Martinez. He'll be followed by Castellanos and then Alex Avila. J.D. last night 1 out of 4 is now batting .318. 48 driven in for Martinez. Tigers got a run in the first on a single by Davis, a single by Cabrera, and a sacrifice fly by Victor Martinez. There's a ball low, 1-1 the count. J.D. had a hit last night, but he also punched out 3 times. Martinez has shown really good power, another power source in the Tigers lineup. Swing and a miss. 1-2 the count. There's Castellanos waiting on deck. He's back in the lineup here tonight. And the 1-2. Down he goes. J.D. strikes out, 1 away here in the second. Bring him Castellanos.
One of the things that you have to really concentrate on if you're a hitter going up against Kuroda, you have to look above the knees. You have to make him get the ball up. You're not going to hit that splitter down. You're not going to hit that slider that's down when he buries it because he's got really good command. So you have to look up in the strike zone, and when he makes a mistake, you have to punish him. You can't miss it.
Nick back in the lineup here tonight. Don Kelly started at third last night. And he checks his swing, strike 1. Mike Molinsky up with the right hand. And the 0-1. was talking to Brad before the ball game today about the ebb and flow of how rookies are pitched, and Castellanos this year has had some ups and some downs, and Brad said he saw early on that he was chasing the ball low, and so opposing pitchers would use that quite a bit against him until he would finally lay off of it, and then the adjustments began between pitchers and hitter. It's a check swing foul, but it's something I guess that constantly goes on throughout your first full year.
A little easier for Castellanos than most rookies because of his pedigree and the fact that he came to the majors as one of the best minor league hitters when he got here in 2014. But he has done well. He has made those exact same adjustments that Brad spoke to you of.
Behind in the count here, 1-2.
Splitter or fastball up. There's your splitter. You can pretty much book it, but it's a whole nother story trying to hit it.
Yeah, exactly. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Alex Avila will be next. Brian McCann flashing signals.
I think we got a lot of eyeballs watching us in the Motor City tonight.
1 or 2. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it missed inside, 3-2. I'm serious. I mean, we talked about it at the top of the show. Maybe aside from opening day this year, this is probably the most anticipated game.
It is not often that you are able to acquire a left-hander the caliber of a David Price right in his prime at the trade deadline. It just doesn't happen.
Now the full count pitch. Lifted back out of play. Castellanos hitting with 1 out here in the second. Tigers ahead 1-0. Game 2 of what will be a 4-game series. JV is going to go tomorrow.
He appears to be turning the corner for the good.
I hope so. That last start was a nice little move forward.
Good fastball, nice breaking ball.
So the Yankees will see a Cy Young Award winner 3 consecutive nights. Scherzer last night, Price tonight, JV tomorrow.
And in that order. Max won it last year. Price won it in 2012. Justin won it in 2011. Well, what a gutsy performance last night by Scherzer. Didn't really have great command, didn't have his great stuff last night, but he battled and only gave up 2 runs here.
Swing and a miss, and Castellanos has gone 2 away.
You know, we were talking, Mario, about the magnitude of getting a club caliber, a left-hander like a David Price at the trade deadline, and I came up with a couple of names. Randy Johnson back in '98 when he changed uniforms and went to go throw to Brad Ausmus, who was catching in Houston at that time, and then CC Sabathia. He just put Milwaukee on his back and carried them to the postseason.
What is that on the shoulders of Randy Johnson there?
That's his hair.
Oh, okay.
You know, Randy had those flowing locks.
I thought it was a scarf.
What they call that? That
mullet?
Yeah, mullet. Yeah. Man, Randy kept that mullet.
Here's Avila.
But you don't get pitchers like Price at the trade deadline. I mean, those 2 guys right there, I mean, what they did for their teams, getting their teams into the postseason.
There's a shattered bat into center field, right into the glove of Ellsbury. Avila's out. It's a 1-2-3 inning for Corona. second. Well, hello there, young man. A Tiger fan, a Verlander fan here at Yankee Stadium.
All geared up.
That face. Hey, how about 3 things that you may not have known about David Price? Let's try to get to know Mr. Price a little bit better. He owns, did you know this, Rod, a 4-year-old dog? It's a French bulldog named Astro.
I've heard a lot about Astro.
Yeah, so have we all. He's born in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, and attended Vanderbilt. We knew that.
He's a smart fella. I mean, you don't get into Vanderbilt, and they don't just let you go play baseball. You got to go to school there.
Well, did you know that he almost gave up baseball as a freshman to go work at McDonald's?
Oh, that would have been a bad move.
On the list of bad moves, that would have been number 1. There's a strike called, or no, a ball inside. 1-0 the count. The leadoff man, Carlos Beltran, had a couple of walks last night, was 0 for 2. McCann and then Headley to follow here in the second. Tigers lead 1-0. Now Price ready with the 1-0. That's in there. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Beltran really hasn't given the Yankees what they thought they were going to get from him when they decided to give him a free agent contract. And there are a lot of people around here that felt like they would have been better off giving that money to Curtis Granderson.
Beltran has had a really good career. Ball missing high. He's 37 years old now.
Granderson a little bit younger, although
right.
Granderson strikes out. We know the Granderson history. But there are many people that felt like they probably should have brought him back and allowed Beltran to go somewhere else.
Beltran missed a few games this year with a bone spur in his elbow. Swing and a miss. 2-2 the count on Beltran, and when you look at his career numbers, they're pretty good. 371 big league homers.
And his postseason performances have simply been off the chain.
You can't discount that. Price trying to ring him up.
Price has got that real nice change piece working here tonight against the right-handed batters.
Fouled straight back. Again, 95 from Price.
But look at where it's going. I mean, this ball is headed straight toward Avila's glove at 95 miles an hour. He doesn't miss his spots. Had that ball not fouled off by Beltran, I mean, that's just a really nice example of the command that David Price has.
Now Avila will flash the target again. Here's the 2-2. Another foul.
Price has given up 20 homers this year, and he's only walked 23 batters. That's amazing in itself. And the reason why he has given up some home runs is the fact that they have hit his curveball and his changeup. They don't really punish his fastball because he moves it around so well with such good velocity. But every now and then he will make a mistake with the off-speed pitches, and that's why he's given up that many homers this season.
He also leads the American League now with 190 strikeouts.
190 strikeouts and just 23 walks.
Here's the 2-2. Swing and a miss. Beltran is out of there.
And we told you the changeup is a plus-plus pitch, and it's been on display here quite often. He's moved to Teixeira a couple of really good changeups. The ones to Teixeira, they were on the outside part of the plate that time. He went inside to Beltran with the changeup.
Second straight strikeout now for Price. They have the shift down for Brian McCann, who stands in. 4 out of 8 career against Price.
There's a whole lot of data out there that obviously tells the Tigers that Brian McCann is a dead pull hitter to play this kind of shift on him. But against a guy that's throwing 95 miles an hour with a good cutter away and a good breaking ball, if David didn't want him to pull the baseball, he wouldn't.
Here's the 1-0. He's going to pull that one deep in the air to right. That ball is going to go and gone. It's a solo shot for Brian McCann, number 12.
Well, we told you that that has been an area this year that has been of a little concern versus David Price, and that's the fact that he will give up some home runs.
That's number 21 given up by Price, which leads the AL.
That's a fastball that is right down the middle. He missed with his location. Avila wanted that ball away. It leaped right back over the heart of the plate about belt buckle high, and Brian McCann didn't miss it.
No, he did not. His 12th, his 47th RBI, and that will tie the game at 1. And now McCann updated against Price. 5 for 9 with 3 homers. And that is a lefty-lefty matchup on top of that. So it apparently has not bothered McCann. Here is Chase Headley, who was 1 for 3 last night with a walk. The Yankees have tied it up on the home run by Brian McCann. Here's the 0-1. Bouncing ball to short. Romine to his left. Headley is out, 2 gone. How about some players of the game? Is presented tonight by McDonald's new triple cheeseburger for just $2. And here are our selections tonight. I'm going to go with Victor Martinez.
I've got the catalyst tonight, Rajay.
Okay, you're off to a good start. David Price is the selection of Trevor Thompson.
Trevor knows how to pick him, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. New guy. Go with Price.
Ace.
Ace.
Leading the world in strikeouts.
Cy Young Award winner. Going out on a limb. Here's your guy, Rajay Davis, who singled, scored in the first inning. Here's Martin Prado with 2 outs. Strike 1 to Prado. One of the pickups the Yankees have made here in the last couple of weeks. He was acquired Thursday from Arizona. They gave up a minor leaguer to get him. Prado's always been a good big league hitter, batting .270 this year overall. Strike called, and now quickly 0-2.
Quietly, Brian Cashman, their general manager, has put a decent team on the field. Prado, has been a good player. Drew has been a good player. Headley in the past has been good. McCarthy has been outstanding so far for them. If all those guys can continue to produce, who knows where the Yankees will end up. And he didn't have to give up a whole lot to get those players.
The 0-2 is fouled away.
That's the key.
Yeah, that really is the key. And they are hanging around in the American League East, which right now is being led by Baltimore, but they're still only 5 back.
How about them allowing Boone Logan to leave, though? Claimed off the waiver wire.
Matt Thornton?
Matt Thornton.
Matt Thornton today was claimed off the waiver wire, and the Yankees said, hasta la vista.
They let him walk.
They didn't pull him back.
We just saw Boone Logan. Where was he?
Colorado?
Yeah, it must have been.
Last homestand.
Yeah.
Here's the 0-2. And lifted back out of play. 30 now for David Price in the pitch count, and here is his ratio. Wow.
Majority strikes, as you would imagine.
McCann's home run has tied it up.
77% of the 30 pitches that Price has thrown so far have been fastballs.
The 0-2. And it's popped up foul and back into the seats. Prado this year has knocked in 42, the majority of which obviously with the Diamondbacks. Price gave up a single, no damage in the first, and the homer here in the second to tie it up. David had a 6-game winning streak snapped in his last start as a Ray. That was against Milwaukee. He had won 6 in a row prior to his last start. Ooh, that was close. A little bit high, though, said Mike Molinsky, and the count now is 1-2. This has not been a place that Price has had too much trouble pitching in 6-2 career at Yankee Stadium, but an ERA about a 3.5. 1-2 is just fouled off at home plate. Prado trying to keep it going for the number 9 hitter Brendan Ryan waiting on deck. Each team a run on 2 hits in this contest. Low. Run the count even now, 2-2 on Prado. Here are those numbers we were talking about at Yankee Stadium. Pretty good. 12 starts. He's won 6 of those. ERA of 3.57. Low, 3-2.
He is very, very familiar with the Yankee hitters for the most part. This is his 4th start of this year against the Yankees. Although they do have some new players, Prado, Headley. But he knew Drew because Drew was in Boston the last couple of years.
Swing and a miss. Got him to leave the strike zone, and Price gets another strikeout, his 3rd of the game. McCann ties it up with a home run. You're watching Tigers baseball tonight, presented by Bell Tire. It's also a Fox Sports Detroit Prize Pack Tuesday brought to you by Meyer. Enter at www.foxsportsdetroit.com. You'll be eligible to win a fantastic prize pack that any baseball fan would love. So here come the Tigers now in the 3rd as Hiroki Kuroda goes back to the hill. Andrew Romine will lead it off. It'll be Romine, Davis, and Kinsler. And the first pitch is in for a strike on Romine. That update on Suarez, who injured his knee sliding into second base last night, had an MRI today. The good news is, as Brad Ausmus said before the game today, that he was moving around a whole lot better than they anticipated. Because when it happened last night, Suarez called out the trainer, called out his manager, so they felt it might be pretty serious. So swing and a miss. 1-2. And Suarez has done a very good job. He's the new shortstop for the Tigers. Here's the 1-2 now to Romine. Swing and a miss. Down he goes. 3rd strikeout now for Kuroda. Here's our T-Mobile game changer as Rajai Davis strolls in. And yes, it's Rajai Davis. He has been a game changer for the Tigers in his last 3 starts.
7 for 13, which equates out to a .538 batting average, a couple of doubles, 4 runs scored. He's driven in 3, and the Tigers, well, They've been winning.
That they have. Of course, the trade of Austin Jackson has opened up that leadoff spot. And Davis has done a fine job. He's got another hit tonight. Rolls this one on the ground to third. And Davis is out at first base. 2 gone. Kuroda looking for a quick inning, has Ian Kinsler to deal with now. Ian is 0 for 1. He popped up back in the first inning. Right now a 6-game hitting streak for the Tigers' second baseman. And Kuroda rides one inside, 1-0. Here are the numbers during the hitting streak. 9 for 24 for Kinsler. 3 RBIs, couple of doubles. That one's in there.
Yeah, hanging breaking ball there thrown by Kuroda, but anytime you see the breaking ball come out of the hand of the pitcher, you're anticipating it being down and away from you if you're a right-handed batter, and if it stays up and in, a lot of guys just can't pull the trigger.
Swing and a miss.
He is giving the Tigers a heavy dose of that split-fingered fastball, though, however. And it's a dandy. It is one of the best in the majors for a right-handed pitcher. Real nice tumbling action on it.
So Kuroda now is ahead of Kinsler. And the 1-2. Just off the plate inside, right at the knees. 2-2 on Ian. Cabrera would be next if Kinsler keeps it going. Bounce again, fill it now, 3-2. 40 now for Kuroda. 25 of which are strikes. And the 3-2. Broken bat toward third. Headley runs it down. It'll be a 1-2-3 inning. Kuroda now has had 2 of those back to back.
Part about it is just having new teammates, you know, just kind of getting to know everybody on a personal level, you know, just kind of stuff like that, you know, just wanting to fit in and not really stand out. I just want to be one of the guys here, and that's what I've been doing. So, and these guys have welcomed me extremely well. You know, I couldn't ask for anything better from them.
Well, it's kind of hard to blend in when you're David Price, isn't it?
There's no doubt about that.
And Price has made the transition quite smoothly, though, into the Tigers clubhouse. He'll go to work here in the third. Brendan Ryan will lead it off for the Yankees in a 1-1 game. And Ryan hits the first pitch in the air to left. On the move is Martinez. JD still on the run, going back, can't get it, up against the wall. Ryan is on his way to second, and he'll stop there with a leadoff two-base hit.
One thing that the Yankees will do here tonight against David Price, because they've already seen him 3 times this year, they will swing early and they will swing often because he throws so many strikes. That's a fastball that's right down the middle, about belt buckle high, and Ryan jumps all over it. JD Martinez could not run it down.
Looked like Ryan had thoughts of maybe trying to get to third base, but he stops with a leadoff double.
It looks like to me that David might be trying to do a little bit too much with his fastball. His changeup's been good. His breaking ball's been outstanding. Those are his field pitches, but a couple of the fastballs he's thrown, Avila's either set up inside or outside. He's missed with a fastball right over the plate at 95, 96, which is an indication of possibly trying to throw too hard.
Here's Brett Gardner. They come in at third base. Castellanos is on the grass. And Gardner showing bunt. Pulls it down the first base line. This will advance the runner as Miggy makes the play with Kinsler covering.
Joe Girardi understanding that runs might be at a premium here tonight against David Price, one of the best left-handers in the game. Therefore, the sacrifice bunt to Gardner, who's been their hottest hitter.
And was hitting 300 with men in scoring position. But he'll advance the runner now for Derek Jeter.
Here's where great pitchers are at their best. And especially a guy like David Price, who has the ability to strike out any hitter in the big leagues. He'll be looking to strike out Derek Jeter right here.
Jeter in the ball game is 0 for 1, ground out, trying to give his team the lead. And the Derek Jeter chants cascading down now from the stands here at Yankee Stadium. Infield in. And Jeter takes strike one in the outer edge.
I've been thinking about this for a couple days now. As popular as Derek is, he might be the first player in the history of the game to get 100% votes going into the Hall of Fame.
Might be. I don't see why not.
Well, nobody's gotten it. There's been some real good players. I think Tom Seaver's the highest. But Jeter might have a shot at getting 100% of the votes to go into the Hall of Fame.
Here's the 0-1. Bouncing ball slowly towards second. This will not score the run as Ryan stays at third base. Let's check in now with Trevor Thompson. Trev?
Well, Mario, an interesting matchup just took place. David Price versus Derek Jeter. In the old Yankee Stadium, David Price made his major league debut back in 08, came out of the pen and faced Jeter, gave up his first big league hit to the Yankees captain. Then in 2011, he gave up a home run to Jeter that would turn out to be career hit number 3,000, a career milestone to be sure. So these two will forever be linked in baseball history. Price says if he's going to give up a hit like that and be linked to anyone in baseball, Derek Jeter's the guy for as much class as he's shown throughout his entire major league career. Back up to you.
All right, Trev, thanks. Well, Price was able to get him that time and keep the runner at third base.
That's a nice hit there by Trevor Thompson.
Jeter had a 5-hit game on that day in which he got 3,000 hits. There's a strike called on the inside part of the plate to Jacoby Ellsbury.
The Yankee captain.
Ellsbury is single in the first inning.
It's only been a handful of Yankee captains. Willie Randolph, Thurman Munson, Don Mattingly, and Derek Jeter most recently.
Now Price with the 0-1. Swing and a miss, 0-2 on Ellsbury.
Kind of wonder why more teams don't have captains.
Yeah, I mean, you see it in other sports, but not as much in baseball.
Mike Sweeney used to be the captain of the Kansas City Royals, but they have not replaced him. But I can't think of any other teams that have a captain, so to speak. He says he wants to own a major league team someday. Own the team. Derek Jeter.
Here's the 0-2. That's a fair ball down the third base line. It's a clutch 2-out hit by Ellsbury. He's on his way to second. And he's going to think about it. Martinez finally got the ball back in from left field. That's a 2-base hit. RBI for Jacoby Ellsbury.
This is not a bad pitch right here by David Price. It's a 96-mile-per-hour fastball that's away. And because Ellsbury was late on it, he created the bat angle, which would allow him to slice that ball right down the third baseline. Castellanos had no shot. Huge RBI for Jacoby Ellsbury, who all of a sudden his bat has woken up in this series.
Yeah, he's got 4 hits already. And that one of the clutch variety with 2 outs, giving the Yankees their first lead of the night. We'll bring up Mark Teixeira. 2 runs on 4 hits now for the Yanks. Tigers have a run on 2 hits. Teixeira swings and misses.
That's what he did to Mark Teixeira. Teixeira's first time up. Quite a few changeups. Started him off with a good changeup that time.
Price gave up a single in the first, the homer to McCann in the second, and now a pair of doubles here in the third. Yankees have grabbed their first lead 2-1. Here's the 0-1. Fouled off 0-2, and that got Avila. No balls, 2 strikes.
Well, you wonder if David Price dares to go back with another changeup, the first 2 to get ahead of Teixeira with changeups. And does he change his eye level by going upstairs with a fastball? Or does he feel that confident in that changeup today to throw him another one?
Ellsbury, the runner at second, just picked up his 51st RBI of the year. And Teixeira now trying to knock him in with 2 outs. Here's the 0-2. Way outside. 1-2 the count. Price has had 9 starts of 10 or more strikeouts this year, and at one point had struck out 10 or more in 5 consecutive starts. That's why he's leading the American League in punchouts. And he's got in this ball game 3 more, which gives him 192 for the year. So he'll easily get to 200. And a ground ball left side. Romine to his right, and Teixeira is out. That'll end the inning, not before they get a couple of doubles and take the lead. Sneaky strikes tonight. Thanks, Mick. Here it is 2-1 in favor of the Yankees. And here's the Bernstein advantage. It belongs now to Miguel Cabrera over Hiroki Kuroda. And look at his numbers, 6 for 13 now against Kuroda. That includes postseason. We'll get things started here in the top of the fourth. 2-1 in favor of the Yanks. And Miguel lines one. Oh, what a catch there by Jeter.
That ball was by Jeter, and somehow he reached out and was able to snare it before it got into left field.
It's not even fair. That ball was smoked. Jeter able to make the play.
Jeter does not have great range these days, but what he does know is he knows where most guys hit the ball, depending on the pitcher that's on the mound, and he usually is playing in the right spot.
Yep, positioning really helped him there. You're right, man. That ball was by him. He was able to snatch it. 1 out here in the fourth. It's 9 straight retired by Kuroda now. Here's Victor Martinez, who knocked one in with a sac fly in the first. They're playing the shift against him. Pulled foul. 0-2. Cabrera still muttering about a hit that was taken away. Jeter with a sparkling play at short. Tigers have not had a hit since the Cabrera single in the first inning. Victor waiting on an 0-2. But outside, 1 ball, 2 strikes. There's Torrey waiting on deck. Little chopper slowly back toward the mound. Kuroda comes off to make the play, and Victor is out, 2 gone. Well, the pennant race is on. You can place a deposit on 2015 Detroit Tigers season tickets and receive 2014 postseason priority. Call 313-471-BALL or visit tigers.com. Get your season tickets for next year and get ready for the playoffs this year. And the Tigers have had plenty of success winning 3 straight divisional titles. Here's Torrey Hunter. 10 in a row retired by Kuroda. Swing and a miss, 0-1. Hunter grounded out 2-3 his first hit back. Tigers have but 2 hits, and they both came in the first inning. Singles by Davis and Cabrera. Here's the 0-1. Pretty good.
11 of 14 in first pitch strikes for Kuroda.
And the 0-2. Torrey swings and misses. An awkward swing, and it's a 1-2-3 inning. Kuroda gets another strikeout, his 4th of the ballgame.
It's the Yankees here tonight. He's done a pretty nice job at moving the ball around. He has made just a couple of mistakes with his fastball, and that's why he's trailing in the game 2-1. But other than that, he has kind of hit his spots. He's had an outstanding changeup to Teixeira, threw some real good changeups to Beltran as well. So all in all, not a bad start for David Price in his Tigers debut.
3 innings so far, 2 runs, 3 strikeouts, no base on balls, and 4 hits allowed. It'll be Beltran, McCann, and Headley here in the 4th inning. Ground ball to short. And Romine has it there. 1 pitch, 1 out. Beltran now is 0 for 2. We'll bring up Brian McCann. McCann homered in his first at bat. And again, the Tigers will shift against him as Castellanos heads to the other side of the infield. McCann's home run was his 12th of the season. There's that shift. And it's in there for a strike. 0-1.
And Brian McCann, pretty much the best offensive catcher in the National League the last 7 years. And he won 5 Silver Slugger Awards, which goes annually to the best hitting catcher.
The 0-1 is low. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Change up inside. You don't see many left-handers that dare throw a change up down and in to a dangerous left-handed hitter, but Price did right there.
Did you read the comments that Terry Pendleton, his former hitting coach in Atlanta, made?
I did not.
Here's a swing and a miss. He said when McCann came up, he used all parts of the field, and all of a sudden he morphed into this pull hitter. And they started playing him the shift like the Tigers are doing right now. And he got frustrated last year because he lost a lot of base hits. And all of a sudden, you know, he became this big pull hitter. Now the ball that he hit out was pulled to right field.
Right.
But Pendleton feels that he was much better earlier in his career when he was using foul line to foul line. There's a ball inside.
Sometimes when you have the kind of success that McCann has had, and we told you 5 Silver Sluggers in the last 7 years playing for the Atlanta Braves, teams start to pitch you a certain way, and they may have forced him into changing his style, into thinking about pulling everything by crowding him inside because they don't want him to be able to extend his arms.
2-2 the count. Swing and a miss. Yep, foul tipped it into the glove. 2 gone.
We're going to make that our bell tire pitch by pitch. McCann took him deep the first time up, and Price did not back away from going back inside with changeups down and in. Real nice breaking balls down and away at 85 miles an hour. And then he finished him off with a pitch that was down, a breaking ball that he started off the plate inside that ended up on the inside corner.
So with 2 outs here is Chase Headley. Price looking for his first 1-2-3 inning of this game. And Headley looks at a strike. 0-1.
It is fascinating that a guy that can throw as hard as Price does, but yet have the kind of command that he has in the strike zone.
You mentioned the lack of walks this year overall for Price. Hasn't walked anybody in this game so far. Bouncing ball foul, third base side.
Early in his career, and Jim Hickey was a pitching coach in Tampa. He wanted Price to back off a little bit from his fastball. He felt like when he got himself into trouble, he would just reach back and try to overthrow. So he wanted him to concentrate on the changeup and the breaking ball. Price did that for a couple of years. And then he started throwing his fastball again. And because he worked on the changeup and the curveball for those 2 years, his command has gotten really good with those 2 pitches. So credit Jim Hickey, the pitching coach in Tampa, for sort of helping the evolution of David Price.
And he got him. Strike 3. Caught him looking. David Price has his first 1-2-3 inning. He's got his 5th strikeout as well. We played 4 in the Bronx. Legal services sponsor of Fox Sports Detroit. And by the new Chevy Silverado light duty and heavy duty lineup. Back here at Yankee Stadium where the Tigers are playing a 4-game series here to start a 9-game road trip. And right now it's 2-1 Yanks in the Tiger debut of David Price. Not a whole lot shaken against Kuroda lately. They got him for a run in the very first inning, but Kuroda has since retired 11 consecutive Tigers. Here's J.D. Martinez to lead it off. And he'll shoot one right to the second baseman off the glove, and he's able to hang on. Brendan Ryan barehands.
Yankee defenders are Johnny on the spot. Last couple of innings, Derek Jeter took a hit away from Miguel Cabrera, and Ryan, who was a shortstop by trade, able to elevate, ball hit right off the heel of the glove, but he was able to find it to make the grab with the bare hand. Nice concentration by Ryan.
Didn't use his glove, he just simply threw the bare hand out there and flagged it down. One gone here in the 5th. Here's Nick Castellanos. Tigers have had a couple of balls hit hard. And Martinez and Cabrera both were flagged down, one by Jeter, now one by Ryan. Castellanos struck out in the 2nd.
It was Tigers that were flashing the leather last night. Ezekiel Carrera made one of the best catches you'll see this year in center field. If you missed it, we'll show it to you again at some time today. And Ian Kinsler also made some spectacular plays at second base.
For as spectacular as that play that Carrera made, I'm telling you, the Kinsler double play was, to me, equally impressive. I know Carrera's catch was much more flashy and certainly was phenomenal.
Saved 3 runs, too.
It did. Ellsbury hit one deep to center. Here's the 1-1. Fouled off. 1-2 now on Nick Castellanos. "12 in a row retired by Hiroki Kuroda." When you look at Kuroda's lifetime numbers, they're really kind of mystifying. He is 2 games under 500 for his career, 75 and 77, but his ERA is less than 3.5.
No run support,
apparently. One and two. Checked it. Did he go? He did not. Tom Woodring down there said he held up. I would agree. 2-2.
Well, he's going to have to hold up again on this next 2-2 split-fingered fastball at the bottom of the zone. Kuroda hasn't left many of these pitches up today. He's made a couple of mistakes with his breaking ball, but the Tigers haven't hurt him. But that tumbler, that splitter, has been at the bottom of the zone every single time.
Rolled foul. So what do you do as a hitter when a guy features a really good splitter? Do you wait for him to get it up?
Well, you got to hit one of the first 2 pitches because he doesn't throw it very often early in the count. And so you want to pick that fastball. You want to pick the breaking ball. You want to stay inside of it. You don't want to get greedy. And you want to take it up the middle or the other way. And then you got to have that same approach. If you fall behind with 2 strikes, you just got to spread out. You know you're going to get the splitter. And you have to make sure he gets it up.
Here's the 2-2. Inside, 3-2 now on Castellanos. Joe Girardi trying to get his team back to the postseason. This is a Yankees team that has been in the postseason obviously quite a bit since the mid-90s. 3-2. Got him. Strike 3 in the outer edge. Man, Kuroda.
Here's those plays we were talking about regarding the Tigers last night flashing leather. Ezekiel Carrera took a triple away from Jacoby Ellsbury, and their bases were loaded at this time. Only a sacrifice fly for Ellsbury. Ian Kinsler, he turned in a couple of real nice plays. This one diving, taking a base hit away from Headley. And then he turned a double play ball hit by McCann, their catcher. He got it to Romine. Romine wasted very little time coming across the bag to complete the double play.
The accuracy of that throw by Kinsler. really amazing. And Brad Ausmus said before the game today he was hoping for a solid second baseman when they got Kinsler. He has been well above average.
Oh, that is true.
Alex Avila standing in now with 2 outs. Brad said he obviously knew of Kinsler and knew he was a good player, but until you see a guy every day, you're not quite sure what you were getting. He thought they would get a solid second baseman. He's been well beyond that. And he also mentioned something you've talked about a lot, the 15 pounds that he lost in the offseason may have helped his agility.
It really has. He's getting no more balls this year. Ian told me that. And just a few days ago, I posed the question to him, did he have more range? And he said absolutely. And what he did in the offseason really helped him out.
2-0 on Avila. We're in the 5th inning. 2-1 in favor of the Yanks. Strike on the inside part of the plate. Avila trying to buckle out of the way, and he has a little chat now with Mike Malinsky.
Tigers have not gotten themselves in many fastball friendly counts here tonight against Kuroda. Avila did there, 2 balls, no strikes, but very much a pitcher's pitch there by Kuroda, called a strike by the home plate umpire.
Three and one. Each of the last 15 games the Yankees have played in have been decided by 2 or fewer runs, of course, including last night. And they won their 9th in that stretch last night. The Yankees relied on their bullpen last evening and won the ball game 2-1. That's our score here this evening. Brandon McCarthy pitched around some early trouble. Drill toward right field. Prado is there, and that will end the inning. It's another 1-2-3 inning for Kuroda. Little help from his defense. Brendan Ryan with a leaping barehanded play. Tigers baseball tonight presented by Bell Tire. Photo for a chance to have it shown in an upcoming game broadcast. It's brought to you by AT&T. Hashtag Detroit Fan Photo. 2-1 is our score as we go to the bottom of the 5th here at Yankee Stadium. 2 runs on 4 hits for the Yanks. Tigers are right on 2 hits, and David Price back to the hill in his Tigers debut. David got him in order in the 4th, including a couple of strikeouts. Price has fanned 5 in this game. Martin Prado leads it off. It'll be Prado, Ryan, and then Gardner, the top of the order. Ball 1 missing outside. Prado struck out. That was back in the second. Now Price ready with the 1-0 pitch. Two balls and no strikes. Talking about how the Yankees are trying to get back to the postseason. They are not used to sitting down and watching the playoffs in October. In the last 19 years, they've been to the postseason 17 times, and that guy right there has led them to 5 World Series titles. The 2-0. Drilled to left field. Ball is hit well. Martinez will watch this one go. Solo shot to lead things off here in the 5th. Second home run of the night for the Yankees. It was Prado's first as a Yankee and his 6th overall.
It's now 22 home runs that David Price has given up this year. It's a fastball on the inner third of the plate, and not a lot of movement with the lower half by Prado, which put him in a really good balanced position. And he got the bat head out there and hit that ball a long way to left field.
Fifth hit of the game for the Yankees. Price knew it was gone, and that's the second homer they've hit tonight. McCann has the other.
Of the 5 hits that he's given up today, 4 of those have come extra bases. 2 doubles, 2 homers.
Brendan Ryan looks at a strike. He had one of those doubles back in the 3rd.
That's the 6th time this year that David Price has given up 2 homers in any game.
Now the 0-1. 0-2 on Ryan. Former Cardinal, former Mariner. The Yankees traded for Ryan last September. They picked him up. Price got the side in order in the 4th, and now a leadoff home run here in the 5th. 3-1 Yankees. The 0-2. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. 6 strikeouts now for Price. Brett Gardner. Gardner had a sacrifice in the 3rd. He flying out in the 1st. Price trying to settle back in after the home run by Prado. There's a strike call. Gardner, we talked about his power numbers have been up, and really it started back at the end of July. The 23rd, he hit a home run against Yu Darvish, and then they faced him a week later and he hit 2 more against Darvish. He has 4 career home runs against Darvish. Pretty good. Darvish, last time I checked, was a pretty good pitcher. Yeah, he's elite. Let's take a peek at the body of work the last week for Brett Gardner. He was named Player of the Week in the American League last week, combining for a .481 average with 5 homers and 7 driven in. Joe Girardi, the manager of the Yankees, said that Brett Gardner just is coming into his own right now. And Gardner said he is seeing the baseball right now as well as he's ever seen it in his major league career. Well, Gardner in the offseason signed an extension to stay here in New York instead of testing the free agent waters. Ball high and away, and some will say, well, you know, Gardner's had a pretty good career. Why not just go on the free agent market, see what you can get? But you got a good chunk of change for some security as well to stay here in New York. Why not? Especially if he's comfortable, right? So we passed up the free agency, and now he's kind of settled into left field here. He's still a very good center fielder, but they've got Ellsbury these days. And the 1-2. Busted him inside. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
And Gardner did a nice job of laying off of that changeup thrown at 86 inside and by David Price.
2-2.
Going back to another changeup.
Got him on strikes. Another strikeout for Price, his 7th of the ball game.
It is not often that you see a left-hander throw changeups to left-handed batters. But David Price, because he has so much confidence in his changeup, he's not afraid to do so.
So with 2 gone, here's Derek Jeter. .275 this year for Jeter.
They chant his name every time he comes to the plate.
They'll slap this one to right field. That is going to get down. Rajay goes over to cut it off, and Jeter will stop with a 2-out single.
And Jeter got a fastball up from Price and just took a nice easy swing and served it in the right center field, just as he has done so often during his major league career.
We looked up how many hits have gone to right field in the career of Jeter. 808 have gone the other way. And here are the numbers. Jeter just recently passing Carl Yastrzemski.
Dude, he's getting ready to catch Honus Wagner.
Interest speakers in his sights too.
And Stan Musial and Hank Aaron and Ty Cobb. Oh my God.
Yep. He's that good. Here's Ellsbury. 1 ball, no strikes on Ellsbury. Big double to drive in a run back in the 3rd. It came with 2 outs. Looked like Price would pitch out of the jam, gave up a leadoff double to Ryan. He was standing there with 2 away, and then Ellsbury knocked him in. Two out of 2 for Ellsbury. Ground ball first base side. That is what? A foul ball. Ooh. That was mighty close.
Yeah, Mickey got over there and he swiped at it and he whiffed at it, but he was in foul territory. And when it made contact with his glove. Mario, when you're Derek Jeter and you have as many hits as he has, you get shoes like that. I mean, they got the captain on there. They've got Air Jordan on there. They've got MVP on there. They've got gold gloves on there. Have you ever seen a shoe like that?
I have not.
And the King of New York on the back. Look at him showing it to us.
How did you notice that?
I saw it last night,
Oh,
actually.
you did. Very nice.
How about that for a shoe?
It's kind of busy for my taste, but he's accomplished so much.
Great camera work. Thank you very much, guys and gals.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Respect. 3K for 3,000. He's even got Jordan on his shoes.
Mr. November's on there as well.
Picture at Yankee Stadium.
Here's the 1-1 from Price. Grounded foul again, this time back into the camera well. Another 95-mile-an-hour fastball to Jacoby Ellsbury. 1-2 the count. Yankees have added a run here on the home run by Martin Prado. couple of future Hall of Famers. Jeter will get there first, as his playing career will end this year. And the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. David Price ends up striking out the side. Gives up the homer to Prado, though, and it's now 3-1. The meats, and by Bell Tire, get the lowest tire price, period. Bell Tire. It's the George Washington Bridge as nighttime settles in here in New York. And it's 3-1 Yankees right now. The Tigers trying to get the bats going. They have had only 2 hits in this game, and both of them, Rod, came in the first inning. Kuroda's been pretty good.
He really has. He's got good stuff. You gave his numbers. He's 2 games under 500 in his Yankee career, but he's got a really good ERA. And he's kept the Tigers off balance, just like Brandon McCarthy did last night. Tigers' bat the last couple of days have been pretty silent.
4 straight 1, 2, 3 innings for Kuroda. He's retired 14 straight. Romine swings and misses, and the 6th inning is underway. Romine struck out back in the 3rd. Now the 0-1. Driven to right field. Ball is hit well. That ball is up. And how about Romine? He's gone deep here at Yankee Stadium. His 2nd home run, a solo shot, and the Tigers get one back. So much for the 14 in a row retired.
And Kuroda threw Romine 3 off-speed pitches in a row. 2 split-fingered fastballs, then he hung him a breaking ball that Romine was able to stay back on long enough to back leg into that right field seats where they've got that short porch down the right field line of 314. And really, some of the other Tigers ought to go up there looking for off-speed pitches. Of the 66 pitches that Kuroda has thrown here today, 55% of them have been off-speed pitches. Only 45% with his breaking ball.
Romine all smiles right now, filling in for the injured Eugenio Suarez. And Tigers get their 2nd run and their first since the 1st inning. Davis 1 for 2, single and a run scored. Rashi watches that one bounce in.
Kuroda has thrown 6 pitches in this inning Every last one of them have been an off-speed pitch. But if it's working, don't change it until the opposing team forces you into changing it. 7 straight off-speed pitches.
Missed the outside corner. 2-2. Kinsler waiting on deck. Tigers get a bit of a jolt here on the home run from the number 9 hitter, Andrew Romine. Here's the 2-2. Soft line drive caught by the second baseman Ryan. 1 out here in the 6th, and Davis now 1 for 3. Here's the ratio on Kuroda through 70 pitches in this game. Tigers have just picked up their 3rd hit of the contest. Kinsler, a couple of pop-ups. 1 in the 1st, 1 in the 3rd. Bounce foul, third base side, 0-1.
He really got in Ian Kinsler's kitchen the last time Kinsler was up with a good fastball, too.
Hey, just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one to look forward to, Miller time later in tonight's game. It's brought to you by Miller Lite. Now the 0-1. Bouncing ball to 3rd. Running scoop by Headley. 2 gone. So here is Cabrera, who is 1 for 2, but probably should be 2 for 2. Home plate umpire Mike Malinsky wants to make sure that ball's not scuffed up. Last time up, Cabrera hit a scorcher down to the shortstop Jeter, who made a nice play. Tigers in this game have been out hit 6-3. Cabrera fouls it back. Miggy this year went to his 5th consecutive All-Star game, and the last Tiger position player to do that was Lou Whitaker.
Sweet Lou.
Sweet Lou indeed. Part of the great double play combination with Alan Trammell. Now Kuroda with the 0-1 pitch. Hit hard to 3rd, but fielded there by Headley. And that'll end the inning. The Tigers get one back. An unlikely power source. Number 9 hitter Andrew Romine finds the seats, and it's 3-2.
Made his major league debut. It was back in 2008 in September, and the first batter that he saw was Pudge Rodriguez, and the first home run that he gave up to was Derek Jeter. We always told you that hit number 3,000 for Derek Jeter also was a home run against David Price, but he made his debut in the bullpen for Tampa.
82 and 47 overall for Price. ERA of 3.18. Cy Young Award winner in 2012. David Price tonight trails 3-2 as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning, and the first pitch to Mark Teixeira is outside.
And David Price is the latest ace that the Tigers boast on their staff that will simply give Brad Ausmus in his bullpen a night off when they take the mound for their team. 23 starts this year for David Price, and in 18 of those he's gone at least 7 innings.
Pretty good.
And get this, in 12 of the 18 he has gone 8 innings.
Yeah, that's really good. Scherzer, Verlander in that staff as well. Sanchez was great his last time on. We know what Porcello has done. Teixeira waits on a 2-0, and he pops it up. Let's see if it stays in play. Miggy coming toward the dugout, and he can't get it. It was in the glove. Well, Cabrera got there, reached in, but couldn't haul it in.
Long run for both Miggy and also Avila. And Miggy will tell you he probably should have made the play.
In and out of the glove. So new life for Teixeira, who is 0 for 2, strikeout, ground out. We're in the bottom of the 6th inning here at Yankee Stadium. Now Price ready with the 2-1 pitch. Fly ball right field. Not deep at all. Hunter coming
in. Here's our high-speed pitch, and it's brought to you by Xfinity. And David Price has gotten all the way up to 96 with his fastball here tonight. And he's done that a couple different times. That velocity with his four-seam fastball.
Beltran is 0 for 2, strikeout, ground out. In there for strike 1. Low and in. 8-time All-Star. The Yankees DH. He recently spent some time on the concussion list, which is a new list that has been created for guys that have suffered that injury to make sure that they are good to go. It's not a 15-day, it's a 7-day. There's a ball outside. 2 balls and 1 strike on Carlos Beltran. He has played in 8 All-Star games. And the 2-1 outside, 3-1. We have on Price by inning now. He's reached the 80 mark. 21 pitch second is his longest. Gave up the homer to McCann in that inning. Here's the 3-1. 3-2 now on Beltran. McCann will be next. Price came into this game with a 1.64 ERA over his previous 7 starts, so he was pitching some of his best baseball with the Rays right before the trading deadline, and Rays were trying to decide whether or not they would be buyers or sellers. Grounded foul. And really, it looked for a while there, Rod, like they might not be selling at all because they started playing a whole lot better.
Well, they really had to look at it realistically. And even if they were able to get back into the race in the East or possibly get one of the wild cards, they didn't feel like they had enough to win a championship. And they weren't going to get that much for David Price if they would have traded him in the offseason. That's why they decided to pull the trigger in July.
Now the 3-2. Got him, strike 3. 2 gone.
That's a good pitch there by David Price for his 9th strikeout of this contest. But take a look at some of the pitches that weren't so good for him. Fastballs that were left over the heart of the plate. That cost him 1 run right there. Brian McCann with a solo shot. And then you have Brendan Ryan with a double over the head of J.D. Martinez, a fastball that was up. That's a pretty good pitch by Ellsbury that he hit. But then another mistake pitch to Prado. And Prado hit it out of the ballpark. So he's had good control today most of the night. 9 strikeouts, but he has made a couple of mistakes. And when he's made the mistake, the Yankee hitters have been there waiting for them.
Off the end of the bat, strike 1 on Brian McCann.
He's given up 6 hits, 4 of those for extra bases.
And Price is 1 strikeout away from his 10th start of 10 or more strikeouts. Think about that. He's ahead 0-1 to McCann. He struck him out back in the 4th. And he shoots this one to left field. Martinez on the run. And JD tracks it down. 1-2-3 inning for David Price. Innings in the American League East. Baltimore by 4 over Toronto. The Yankees hanging around. They are 5 back, just a couple out of the wild card as well. Here's our Comerica Bank game summary for this one tonight. How about David Price? What do you got on Price tonight?
He's been good. I mean, as advertised, we knew he was going to strike out a lot of people here, which he's done all year long. We also knew there was a possibility he might give up a home run or 2, which he has done, and he's going to pitch into the 7th inning, which he has done a lot of. So he is pretty much doing just about everything he's done all season long here tonight in his Tigers debut.
Ellsbury's had a big series for them, and now the Tigers come to the dish here in the 7th inning, trying to get it going now. Martinez, Hunter, and Martinez facing Hiroki Kuroda, who surrendered the home run to Romine in the 6th, which tightened it up to a 1-run game.
From an offensive standpoint, though, the Tigers really haven't helped out Max, who pitched last night, nor David today, because they have not been able to put many runs on the board.
There's a bouncing ball left side. That's going to be an infield hit against the shift. Nothing Jeter could do with that one.
I don't know if Victor was trying to do that, but it sure looked like it.
Well, if he did, it worked. It was his first hit. Hey, the Tigers battle the Pittsburgh Pirates Thursday, August 14th at 1:08. The first 10,000 fans receive this. It's a Justin Verlander mini bobblehead. For tickets, call 866-66-TIGER or visit tigers.com.
Andrew McCutchen will not play against the Tigers. The Tigers missed Troy Tulowitzki as well. And for the Colorado Rockies, and now Andrew McCutchen, who is on the disabled list with a rib injury, won't be playing.
That's a big blow for Pittsburgh.
You know, when you play interleague baseball, I mean, that's one of the things I like most about it is seeing guys like Tulowitzki, seeing guys like McCutchen, some of the best players in the other league. Goldschmidt earlier this year for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Pirates are a game and a half out of the National League Central. And they'll be at Comerica Park on the next homestand. Here's ball 1 to Torrey Hunter. Tying run is on. We are in the 7th inning, 3-2. Yankees have the lead. It's going to be interesting, Rod, to see what the Yankees do if it's a save situation for them, because Robertson has pitched in 3 straight games.
Well, they'll probably pitch Betances today. He did not work yesterday. Their setup man.
Hunter, strikeout, ground out. Chopped right at home plate, or home plate area, but it's going to be foul, says Mike Molinsky. And it's 1-1 now on Torrey. He is still looking for his first hit in this series. 0 for 6. This would be a good spot. Kuroda gave up a run in the first on a sacrifice fly to Martinez, Victor that is, and then a home run to Romine in the 6th. Here's the 1-1 inside. 2 balls, 1 strike on Torrey Hunter.
And Kuroda just continues to chase Torrey Hunter inside with that sinker ball. They're pitching Torrey the same way that they pitched him last night. Brandon McCarthy. He crowded Torrey last night with a lot of good fastballs inside. Most of them 2-seamers. It's about time for Torrey to sit on one of those fastballs inside and turn on it. Especially in this count. He's going to get it.
Popped him up. Middle of the infield. Ryan near the bag. Hunter is out, 1 gone.
It's gotten to the point now where Torrey knows, because of the last couple of nights, that this is how they're going to pitch him. They're going to give him fastballs inside. He goes back in there with another 2-seam fastball that kind of ties Torrey up, and he knew it. This is a ball. It's off the plate, but because they've been throwing him in there so much, he's kind of cheating with his lower half, trying to get to it.
Now J.D. Martinez, 0 for 2, lined out to the second baseman his last time up. Ball 1. 3 runs on 6 hits tonight for the Yankees. 2 runs, 4 hits for Detroit. First 2 games in this series have been really tight. 1-run win last night for the Yanks. Here's the 1-0. Low, 2-0. Castellanos will be next. backhand, flashing the signals. And there's another high fly ball into shallow right field. The center fielder Ellsbury coming over to the gap to make the catch. 2 gone now, and the runner holds at first base. We'll bring up Castellanos, and it gives us an opportunity to look at our box score for the Tigers.
Been quiet again tonight.
Yeah, Davis has to hit. He got things ignited in the first and scored a run. Not a whole lot else going on. Maybe Castellanos can change that. He has fanned twice in this game.
He's got that classic inside-out swing with that short porch in right field. He could very easily lift one over the wall. And that's exactly what the Tigers need. They need a big hit.
Well, the offense was so proficient against the Colorado Rockies. And then last night they were slowed considerably. Tonight just 2 runs on 4 hits. Here's the 1-0. Look out. That's going to get to the crowd quickly. 1-1. Kuroda pitched for 11 seasons in Japan before he came stateside. He originally pitched with the Dodgers. 4 years there, and then the Yankees signed him as a free agent back in 2012. He's given them a steady right-hander in their rotation. Avila waiting on deck. Now the 1-1. Right back up the middle into center. Base hit. Castellanos with a 2-out single, and now the tying run moves to second. The Fan Saturday MLB on Fox Sports 1 returns with a doubleheader as the Yankees face Michael Brantley and the Indians, followed by the Cardinals taking on the Orioles. Coverage begins Saturday at 12:30 Eastern only on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. So here is Avila. Speaking of a big hit, they could really use it here to tie this game. That was the 5th hit of the ball game for Detroit. Avila's put the ball in the air twice, couple of fly balls. Martinez started the inning with a single. He's at second. Castellanos at first. And it's a ball outside to Avila. 0 for 6 in the series. This would be a good spot for his first knock.
And Derek Jeter at the shortstop position is almost playing directly behind Victor Martinez, the base runner at second. It's a huge hole on the left side of the infield. Should Avila hit one in that direction, and Dave Clark, the third base coach, would have to make a decision whether to send Victor home or not with Gardner in left field. Gardner doesn't throw well, but he's playing shallow.
Pulled into right field. That's a base hit. Prado charging. Here comes Martinez. Here comes the throw. It's cut off. It's a game-tying hit for Alex Avila. It is a 3-3 ball game.
There's that big hit. Yeah, Avila got a breaking ball that was down, ripped to right field. And Prado came up and fired the ball toward home plate, but not before Victor was able to cross home plate safely. Prado just learning the outfield. He's never really played right field at all.
So Martinez able to score from second base. The base hit by Castellanos set it up, and that's the 30th RBI of the year for Avila. Now we'll see if the Tigers can go ahead. They led once in this game way back in the first when they got a run in the first inning. Romine homered in his last at bat. And he looks at a strike right at the knees, 0-1.
Kuroda's pitch count still in really good shape here in the 7th inning. He's only thrown 88.
Three singles here in the 7th has tied this ball game. Here's the 1-0, and it's low. 2 balls, no strikes. Tigers have also evened up the hit totals now. Each team with 3 runs on 6 hits. Check the count. 1 ball, 1 strike. Being corrected by Mike Molinsky. There's Rajay Davis waiting on deck. Romine's home run in his last at bat in the 6th inning was his 2nd of the year. That drew the Tigers to within 1. They were down 3-1 at one point. As Kuroda now has hit a total of 90 in his pitch count.
Very efficient with the amount of pitches that he has thrown here today in any inning. 17 in the 1st, the most that he has thrown in any one inning today.
Romine sends a ground ball to 2nd. Ryan has it. He'll flip to Jeter. And that'll take care of the side. Tigers tied up on the Avila hit. Coming up, the Health Plus 7th inning stretch.
Davis singled. He was on 3rd base when Victor stepped up, sacrificed fly to the outfield. The next 3 runs were scored by the Yankees. Brian McCann with a solo shot. Jacoby Ellsbury with a slicing double down in the left field corner to drive in the 2nd run of the game. And Martin Prado connected for his first Yankee home run off David Price. And the Tigers, they were battling back in the 6th solo shot by Romine, followed by a nice job by Avila driving in that 3rd run on a breaking ball down. Driving in Victor Martinez, who had singled to lead off the inning, and that's where we sit right now. Bottom half of the 7th inning, the score's tied 3-3. Numbers identical, 3-6-0.
So as we go to the bottom of the 7th, David Price back to the hill, and his line looks like this. 6 innings, 6 hits, 3 runs earned, 9 strikeouts, and as we mentioned, just doesn't walk too many.
How about that? 85 pitches thrown, but yet he has racked up 9 strikeouts.
Well, we have a moment now. Let's check in with Trevor Thompson. Trev?
Well, guys, a little earlier, Justin Verlander's younger brother, Ben, made a trip to the ballpark. He's playing with Connecticut in short season A-ball, and he and a couple of his friends made their way to the park today, and his brother, Justin, set him up with a meet and greet with that guy, Yankee captain Derek Jeter. That's Joey Pancake, Ross Given, and Michael Gerber, along with Ben Verlander, meeting the outgoing Yankees captain, who is playing in his final season. He told me, Ben did, that this was a big thrill. He doesn't often get starstruck. We know who his brother is, but he was definitely starstruck in that moment. Certainly a special moment for that, guys, on a great off day for them as they come to visit David Price and company here as he makes his debut for the Tigers. Back up to you, fellas.
All right, Trev, thanks. Boy, what a huge thrill that had to be for those guys.
Oh, that's great stuff, Trevor. Now all Ben has to do is make sure that Justin pays for dinner tonight.
He's all set.
That minor league meal money doesn't go very far.
He better pay. There's a ground ball to third, scooped up there by Castellanos. That's good. One pitch, one out.
I saw Derek today right after he took BP before he went to take ground balls. There were a lot of people, a lot of fans on the Tigers side. I mean, a lot of fans. And Derek Jeter walked all the way over to the Tigers side of the dugout and sat there and shook hands and took pictures with mostly Tigers fans.
Pretty cool.
He spent a good 10, 15 minutes there.
What do they say about guys like that? He gets it.
Yes.
Well, here is Martin Prado. Meanwhile, Price has settled in now. That's 5 in a row retired. He has struck out 9 in this game. And Prado homered against him in his last at bat. Ball 1 missing low. Prado 1 for 2 tonight and 2 for 5 in the series. Here's the 1-0. In there against Prado. There's some action now in the bullpen for the Yankees. There is the rookie Dylan Betances, who is heating up now.
The Yankees would not be where they are today had it not been for their bullpen. Their bullpen has saved their season.
Here's the 1-1. Pulled foul. 1-2 on Prado.
Drew Smiley makes his first start of the season tonight for his new club, the Tampa Bay Rays, out in Oakland.
Smiley, of course, the centerpiece going the other way for the Rays. One and two. Way high. Prado buckling out of the box.
Yeah, just in case. He was leaning outside looking for that changeup. Stood him up straight. That was not nearly as close as Prado made it seem.
Prado, a career .290 hitter. Waiting on a 2-2. He sends a ground ball left side, deep in the hole, off the glove of Castellanos. Into short left. Prado trying for 2. He'll dive in there safely.
There should have been more communication there between Romine and also Castellanos. Castellanos, even if he dives and gets up, he's not going to make this play, whereas it looked like Romine may have been able to backhand this ball and make the play. Once he leaves his feet, he's not going to make the play, but Romine was standing right there. So there should have been some kind of communication by Romine telling Castellanos, I've got it. And if he's able to tell him that, then Romine's able to make that play.
Instead, the go-ahead run now is at second base. It is a 2-base hit for Martin Prado.
I know your instincts tell you to dive, but that's where there has to be that communication. We've seen that with Suarez and Castellanos quite a bit this year. Nice communication on the left side of the infield.
Ryan has a double and a strikeout. Time call now as Price was ready to bring it home. They give time to Brendan Ryan. Prado at second. Ryan trying to drive him home here in the bottom of the 7th. Ball outside. 1-0. Price now at 92 pitches. Price has gone over 100 in every start this year but 2.
And one of those was to the Yankees. .120 was the most that he has thrown in a game. Here's the 1-0. 2-0 now on Ryan. Crowd starting to make some noise now here in New York. The stadium is loaded. 40,078 the attendance here tonight at the new Yankee Stadium for the Tigers debut of David Price. Ryan waiting on a 2-0 pitch. Here it is. Strike call. 2-1 on the number 9 hitter. Ryan this year has just 6 RBIs. Stephen Drew played at second base last night. Ryan getting the call here tonight. Here's the 2-1. Soft line drive caught by Kinsler. Oh, Ian fell down and threw the ball. Fortunately, it rolled right to Cabrera. Looks like he's got a lot of dirt in his cleats. He slipped. After he made the play, he didn't look initially toward second base to Prado, who had gone quite a few steps toward third. Then he looked over there and he slipped. And the ball simply came out.
He spiked it.
Yeah, he did.
Touchdown, Ian Kinsler.
Is that a new dance?
Fortunately, the runner didn't move up.
Yeah, you got to have fun.
Yeah, you do. All right, here is Gardner now with 2 outs and the runner at second. Gardner in the ball game is 0 for 2, has a sacrifice. He's trying to deliver a 2-out hit. Now Gardner steps out as Price takes too long. 95 pitches now for Price.
This is the biggest confrontation of the evening for David Price, going up against Gardner, who has been their hottest hitter the last week, even though he bats left-handed.
Oh, a check swing roller back to the mound. This will get him out of the inning, and that is that for the Yankees. No runs, a double is stranded at second. 7 in the books here in the Bronx. Still tied at 3. Hashtag Detroit Fan Photo for a chance to be shown in an upcoming game broadcast brought to you by AT&T. Well, we've got our first pitching change of the game. It belongs to the Yankees, courtesy of Wallside Windows. And Kuroda is out of the game. Dellin Betances will step in now.
Yeah, Betances has had a spectacular season for the Yankees. I told you he and David Robertson, at the back end of the bullpen, major reason why the Yankees are still in the hunt in the American League East. 98 strikeouts in 49 games. He's only walked 20. Look at the whip, though. 0.74.
Pretty impressive.
He's a big boy, too.
For the youngster from Washington Heights, New York. Came to Yankee games as a youngster and idolized Derek Jeter and Mariano Rivera and the rest of the Yanks. And now here he is on the field wearing Yankee pinstripes.
He is living the dream. And this is what they look like, people. How tall is he?
There's Rajay Davis to lead it off. Betances, an all-star this year. And it's fouled off by Davis. He is, 6'8".
Yeah, that's what they look like when they come 6'8", 260. New York, New York, with a blazing fastball.
Rajay couldn't hold up. Wow. Oh, he didn't go.
Oh, my goodness.
Davis 1 out of 3 in this game. He has thrown some pitches this year that have been on the internet that have really just disappeared. He's got some really good stuff. There's a broken bat roller towards second. Ryan has it. One gone. How about our Subway box score in this one? Well, you look at Romine, he had that home run from the number 9 spot. RBI single by Avila tied the game. And Martinez has the other RBI, sac fly. That was back in the first. Here's Ian Kinsler. Ball 1 high. One ball, one strike. Betances went to the All-Star game, did not appear in the contest at Target Field. He's got that guy lurking on deck, Miguel Cabrera, which would make for an interesting confrontation. Here's the 1-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Miggy has never seen Betances before.
98 strikeouts this year, most among all major league relievers. Dellin Betances.
He looks like a young Kelly Jansen.
Here's the 2-2. High drive, but foul down the left field line.
I bet he gets a lot of those because most hitters are sitting on that 98-mile-per-hour fastball, which means you have to open up the front hip and the front foot to try to cheat a little bit to get to it. And when he hangs you that breaking ball, you're more than likely going to hit it foul.
Now Kinsler has worked the count in his favor, 3-2. RBI single by Avila in the 7th. Tied the game. It's 3-3.
Here comes that heater.
Got him with it. Strike 3.
Ooh, at a C note. 100. That'll paralyze anybody. This is not fair, really. 100 miles an hour.
Now, what are you supposed to do with that pitch?
Miggy will hit it, though. Miggy won't try to pull that ball. Miggy will hit that ball to right field.
Well, he may get a shot here.
He's going to get it.
1 for 3 for Miguel Cabrera, batting .313.
First ever meeting between the two.
Ball 1. Cabrera has 17 home runs this year. Batting with the bases empty here in the 8th in a 3-3 game.
Here we go.
There it is. See if he gets it. Way outside. 100 miles an hour again. 2-0.
Miguel, what?
Now Betances with the 2-0. Swing and a miss. Out in front that time, and the count goes to 2-1.
Good pitch. Nice slider at the bottom of the zone in a 2-0 count.
Swing and a miss again.
Miggy left the strike zone that time. 99-mile-per-hour fastball with a little cutting action to it that ended up off the plate. But when a guy throws as hard as Betances throws, you don't have a lot of time to determine whether it's a strike or a ball.
Here comes the heater. Swing and a miss. Struck him out at 100 miles an hour.
Ooh-wee.
Betances trotting off the field with some swagger. A couple of strikeouts here in the 8th. The heat. And he threw it by Miggy. David Price has pitched at least 7 innings in 19 of 24 starts this year, and he goes back to work.
That is the definition of an ace, a horse, a number one.
And he's got Derek Jeter to face here in the 8th inning. Jeter, Ellsbury, and Teixeira. 3-3 game, bottom of the 8th at Yankee Stadium. Jeter is 1 for 3 in the ball game. Had a single in his last at bat.
If you weren't with us earlier, I pointed out the fact that David Price, once he gets on the mound, it's not your typical windup. I mean, there's just very little movement. He just moves the feet around a little bit. He turns one foot inside, which would be the front foot, lifts it up to a nice balanced position straight over the top with 95 miles an hour, but not a lot of movement. And that's why he has such good command, because there's not a lot to get out of whack, really.
There's not much to go wrong. Jeter is ahead of the count, 2 balls and no strikes. Ellsbury and Teixeira to follow, 2, 3, and 4 coming up.
And take a look at that area and what he does here with his feet. Very little movement.
Bouncing ball to short. Romine will throw him out. Jeter has gone 1 away.
Let's take one more look at it. That's what I'm talking about, the foot area here of Price. I can't think of in recent memory someone that throws as hard as him, but yet doesn't have more moving parts in the delivery.
Well, he's been good tonight. He's given up a couple of solo homers.
And he has not walked a single batter.
Jacoby Ellsbury is 2 out of 3, has doubled in a run. But Price struck him out back in the 5th. Here's his 100th pitch of the night. And it's in for a strike. '71 strikes, 21 balls. That's it. Or 29 balls, rather, in the 100 that he has thrown. Little looper back and short. This one is going to be caught on the run by J.D. Martinez, who came in from his left field position. 2 gone, and while we have a chance, we check in now with Trevor Thompson. A look ahead at what's coming up at Tigers Live.
Well, guys, we're tied right now, so we'll see just how long we play here tonight. But once it's over, we're back inside the Coliseum studios for Tigers Live postgame. Of course, we'll get your reaction and analysis from up in the booth, and I'll be inside the clubhouse getting Brad Ausmus's postgame reaction as well as David Price's with his first start with the Tigers and other guys. We'll see how it all turns out, but back up to you for the rest of this inning.
All right, Trev, thanks. Here is Mark Teixeira now with the bases empty. Price has retired 9 of his last 10. Teixeira has not done much tonight. He's 0 for 3, strikeout, ground out, fly out. Here's the 1-0. Little chopper back to the mound. David Price about to complete his 8th inning of work. What a job tonight for the Tigers. They go 1-2-3 to the Yankees in the 8th. We go to the 9th, 3-3. A 3-3 tie. They've been out hit 7-6 in this game. Tigers tied it up in the 7th. RBI single by Alex Avila with 2 outs. Tie the ball game up. Now we'll see if they can go ahead as Victor Martinez leads it off. Martinez, Hunter, and then J.D. Martinez. Victor had a sacrifice fly in the first inning that got the Tigers on the board. He's 1 for 2 otherwise. The shift is on for Victor. And he'll pop up the first pitch. Back to third. And caught by Derek Jeter. So that's a pop up to 6th, the shortstop. 1 gone here in the 9th. That'll bring up Torrey Hunter. Torrey, a pop-up strikeout and a ground out. Same 2 ball clubs tomorrow. Game 3 in the series. There's a strike call. I mentioned the Yankees tonight are facing 3 consecutive Cy Young winners. Last time a team faced 3 straight Cy Young winners in the same series, 2001. Oh, he hit him. Torrey Hunter hit by the pitch. And I'll tell you what, he's had some close calls in recent games. That time they finally drilled him.
It was a breaking ball that was thrown by Betances, but it doesn't really matter. And because his breaking ball, the slider, probably goes at about 87, 88 miles an hour. Oh, he's in a lot of pain.
Yeah, he is. Where did it get him?
Right in the hand. Right on the left hand. It's almost looked like he was taking the hand off the bat, and it still hit him. Yeah, the hand was off the bat. And in many ways, if his hand is not broken, that may have helped Torrey. The fact that the hand was off the bat.
Hunter is clearly hurting right now. The left hand. It's coming out. Hunter grimacing as he walks off the field. He's coming out of this game. And Carrera's going to run for him. Now Joe Girardi coming out. They're going to go to the bullpen. J.D. Martinez due up here. Wall side windows pitching change. Yanks go to the bullpen. We'll be back. Have a man on with a man out. Torrey Hunter out of the game after being hit by a pitch. And we were talking about how the Yankees were facing 3 Cy Young Award winners in this series. Scherzer last night, Price tonight, Verlander is going tomorrow. And here are the numbers they have put up. We mentioned the last time that has happened in a series, 2001, when the Yankees faced the Braves, who had Glavine, Smoltz, and Maddox in a series. So the Tigers now with the go-ahead run on. Here's J.D. Martinez facing Sean Kelly. And he throws the first one way up.
Ezekiel Carrera is the pinch runner for Torrey Hunter. And we told you last night that he had 43 steals when he was in the minor leagues. Get this, Mario. Kelly has pitched over 35 innings this year. Not one guy has attempted to steal. That's why he's in the game, because Girardi wants to keep Carrera at first base. But Tances, who hit Torrey Hunter, he's not very good. He would have been able to steal second base had he stayed on the mound.
Well, here are the numbers on Carrera that you were talking about. He was leading the International League with 43 steals.
35 2/3 innings thrown by Kelly this year and not one attempted steal.
He has 47 strikeouts in those 35 2/3 innings. Carrera holding there, and it's a strike called on J.D. 1 ball, 1 strike. Martinez 0 for 3. Fly ball, line out, strikeout. Here's the 1-1 pitch out. Oh, and it's going to get away.
Lazy was Brian McCann.
That'll help. Send Carrera to second, scoring position now.
Brian McCann just kind of got out there, and it was a bad throw, but his feet were flat, and therefore nothing he could do. Just whiffed at it.
Pass ball. I'm not sure they would have gotten him right even if he caught that ball, because it was such a poor pitch out.
He wasn't even running though, was he?
Oh no, you're right. Correct, he was not running. Never mind.
That's all good.
Disregard.
It's all good.
Here's the 2-1. Ground ball left side. Fielded on the backhand by Headley. And the runner holding at second base. 2 gone. So it's going to take a hit from Castellanos, who had a hit in his last at bat to set up the tying run. 278 this year with men in scoring position. Now Joe Nathan warming up in the Detroit bullpen. It was a 1-run game last night between these two teams. Right now we're tied at 3 in the 9th. Ball high, 1-0. Ground ball to third. Right there is Headley. His throw is on the money, and the Tigers are turned away. No runs, a hit batter. They'll leave a man at second. We'll go to the bottom of the 9th inning here at Yankee Stadium, all tied at 3s. Yankee Stadium 3-3 ball game, and David Price is going out to pitch the ninth.
Here's the call, Sam, call of the game. First time Avila and Price working together. They got off to a little bit of a shaky start. Price gave up a couple of home runs on fastballs. One to McCann that was on the inner third of home plate. He missed with his location. Martin Prado also took him deep to left field. But then after that, David Price got busy with the fastball in the mid-90s. He touched 96. Outstanding changeup all night long to the Yankees right-handers. He changed eye levels. He's pitching into the 8th inning, which is something that he had done so often while wearing the Tampa Bay Rays uniform.
Well, here come the Yankees against Price now as we go to the bottom of the ninth in a 3-3 game. 103 pitches for Price as Beltran leads it off, and he looks at ball one.
And David Price still has a lot left in his tank. That last fastball at 93 miles an hour. How about this, man? We don't see many guys pitching into the ninth.
No, we don't. But that's just what he does. And it's back up the middle into center field. A base hit for Beltran, and the winning run is on. It's his first hit of the game. Tigers have a new defensive alignment with Torrey out of the game. Rajay moves out to left field. Carrera stays in the game to play center field, and JD will slide over to right. So Price now a deep breath as Brian McCann steps in. And he wants to get to be sure what happens on a comebacker here because the Tigers are playing a shift. There's the shift they play against McCann. He homered in the second. Is 1 for 3 tonight. Low and away, 1-0.
With the Tigers' alignment in their infield, even though McCann can't run a lick, if he hits the ball on the ground, they're going to have a tough time turning a double play.
One ball, no strikes on McCann. Missed it inside. 2-0 now on McCann. 8 hits now for the Yankees, 6 for the Tigers. Detroit was able to tie this ball game in the 7th inning. 2-out RBI single by Alex Avila. Here's the 2-0. High fly ball left field straight at Rajay Davis. That'll be the first out of the inning. McCann is dispatched. Now Chase Headley. Headley is 0 for 3. Strikeout, couple of groundouts. Beltran down at first base. And he's got Ichiro on the bench.
They also have Stephen Drew on the bench. So Joe Girardi has a lot of candidates that he could use to pinch run for Beltran. Beltran not running very well these days. He's played a long time in the big leagues. He's 37 years old.
They'll draw a throw back to first base. Now Price going up against Headley. A 3-3 game. We're in the 9th. Headley takes way outside. Want to know the count on the third baseman for the Yanks. Again, 120 is the most that Price has thrown in a game this year. He's about to throw number 110. Fouled straight back, had a rip, and now the count goes 1-1.
That was a changeup. Pretty good pitch to hit by Headley. One of the few changeups that David Price has left up in the strike zone here today. It might be an indication of him starting to tire in just a little bit.
Price in his Tigers debut getting into the 9th inning. Here's the 1-1. Fouled back, and now 1-2 on Headley. Tigers fell behind 3-1 in this ball game. They got a run back in the 6th and the home run by Romine, and then Lane Hardy, Jabba Chamberlain heating up down the Detroit bullpen. Price ready with a 1-2. Swing and a miss, struck him out. Headley is down on strikes, and that is 10 strikeouts now for David Price.
Fastball upstairs right by Chase Headley.
At 93, here's Brad Ausmus coming out to the mound now. And he's going to give up the baseball. So the Tigers going to the bullpen here. David Price, outstanding in his first Tigers start. Here comes Jabba Chamberlain. We'll be back.
Tigers 8 hits for the New York Yankees. Bottom half of the 9th inning with 2 outs. Let's take a peek at the big boys' big play of the game, and it was a big hit off the bat of Martin Prado. Solo shot to left field. His first as a Yankee. Second home run that Price had given up in his Tigers debut.
Well, David Price has to be real happy with his outing here tonight. He goes 8 2/3. He strikes out 10 in this ball game. he is still responsible for the man at first base.
Yeah, I think we'll keep him.
Yeah, we're not giving him back at this point. And Jabba Chamberlain coming out of the bullpen now for the Tigers.
Well, first time Jabba pitching against his former club. He's been good for the Tigers this year. 44 2/3 innings. The ERA just a shade over 3, and he's racked up a ton of strikeouts. It's been his entire big league career right here with the Yankees from 2007 to 2013.
So here is Martin Prado. Now Ichiro comes down to pinch run at first base.
Well, if you're Jabba, really, you have to pay some attention to Ichiro, but don't pay that much attention to him that you make a mistake to Prado. That's the only reason why he's in the game. Joe Girardi wants to distract the attention of Jabba Chamberlain. Ichiro can still steal a base, but does not run as well as he used to.
3-3 game. We're in the 9th. A man on, 2 men out. Ball 1 missing outside. Prado with a home run in the 5th inning. A double in his last at bat.
The Yankees might just catch lightning in a bottle with Prado. He is a good hitter, and a change of scenery sometimes is always a good thing.
A career 290 hitter. Spent 7 years in Atlanta.
He wasn't performing all that well this year for Arizona, a team that's not going anywhere. So he may have an extra shot of adrenaline now in the Yankee pinstripes.
There's that distraction you're talking about. A couple of throws to first base. Ichiro getting back.
Even if Ichiro doesn't run, mission accomplished by Joe Girardi, the manager of the Yankees.
1-0 is a strike on the outer edge. 1-1. That's what he thought of that last call. Time now. Prado given time at home plate. Jabba taking too long. Yankees 3 runs 8 hits. Tigers 3 runs 6 hits. And a strike call down the outer edge. 1-2.
Now Ichiro might just take off because Jabba's MO all year long, when he gets ahead of right-handed batters, he goes to one of 2 breaking balls. It could be the curveball or it could be the slider, and therefore Ichiro probably would be able to steal the base if Jabba throws something off speed with 2 strikes here.
I guess my question is, if you're going to bring Ichiro in anyway, why not do it after the leadoff base hit by Beltran? Why wait for 2 outs? He's going. The 1-2 is outside. No throw. And now he's in scoring position.
And he got the breaking ball. Well, the reason why I think, and I don't know for sure, Mario, that he did not bring Ichiro in to run for Beltran is because David Price was on the mound. David's a left-hander, and more than likely he would not have gotten the same kind of jump against David Price that he just got right there against Jabba Chamberlain.
Yankees tonight are just 1 for 5 with men in scoring position. Ichiro has his 7th steal.
Hey, Ichiro knew he was going to get a breaking ball there.
So Prado digs in. Here's the 2-2 swing and a miss. Struck him out to end the inning. Jabba Chamberlain gets a huge strikeout. 11 punch-outs for Tigers pitching tonight. So we go bonus baseball here tonight in the Bronx. Still tied at 3. Extra innings are presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. Well, we need the bonus baseball to figure this one out tonight. 3-3 as we go to the 10th inning here at Yankee Stadium. The Yankees have a new pitcher coming on now. He is a left-hander. David Huff will check in.
17 games so far logged for Huff this year. A 1.93 ERA, 18 strikeouts, but he has walked quite a few. That is a high number of walks, 15 for the amount of games that Huff has pitched.
Well, the Tigers trying to get something going. They will have the bottom of their lineup coming up here in the 10th inning, trying to get it to Cabrera, but they'll need some base runners for that to happen. Here's Avila to start things off. Alex tied this game back in the 7th inning with a 2-out RBI single. Lefty-lefty matchup here. 10th inning is underway with ball 1 to Avila.
Avila may as well take a strike and make Huff throw the ball over the plate.
One ball, no strikes. Avila. Swing and a miss, try to hold up. 1 ball, 1 strike. Apparently, as we went to break last half inning, you heard some language on the field. We apologize for that. David Huff was acquired by the Yankees from San Francisco in exchange for cash back in June. Here's the 1-1. Swinging a foul straight back, 1-2. Waiting on deck is Romine. He's homered in the ball game tonight. Ball high. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 3-8-0 for the Yankees. 3-6-0 for the Tigers. Huff ready with the 2-2. Held off. 3-2 now on Avila. Torrey Hunter had to leave the game, was hit by a pitch in the 9th inning. They've now received word on Torrey. I'm sure they're doing x-rays. He got hit in the hand and was in some real pain when he left. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Bouncing ball right side into short right field against the shift. And Avila's out. 1 gone here in the 10th.
Let's take a look at the Jimmy John's freaky fast delivery of the game. Romine came up earlier in this game. It was the 6th inning. He was leading off the inning. He got himself a slider that was hanging right over the heart of the plate from Hiroki Kuroda, their starter, and hit it right into the right field seats about 2 rows deep.
Here's Romine. One for 3. Second home run of the year for Romine. The other was against the Red Sox, I think, at home. Pulled it down the right field line.
Sure did.
There's the 0-1.
On his dad's birthday.
Oh, right. That's right. 0-2 now on Romine.
Can't make this stuff up.
Here's Rajay Davis waiting on deck. It'll be a battle of the bullpens the rest of the way. Here's the 0-2. fouled off, and Romine stays alive. Chamberlain came on and got the final out of the 9th inning, striking out Martin Prado with the winning run at second base. Here's the 1-2. Low, 2-2 the count. Low and away on Romine. Price goes 8 2/3, finishing with 10 strikeouts. Chamberlain came on to strike out Prado to end the 9th inning. That is pulled, and a nice backhand play by Headley, who throws in the dirt and scooped it first by Teixeira. 2 gone.
That's a big league play by Chase Headley, who's made all the plays down there at third base today. Didn't have enough arm strength to get it all the way across the diamond, but a real nice pick by Teixeira on the other side of the diamond.
Headley, since coming over to the Padres, or from the Padres, has made a lot of plays that have really drawn some attention. Here's another one. And he got some help from Mark Teixeira. That's going to be it for Huff, the lefty. Back to the bullpen they go. Another pitching change here in the Bronx. We'll be back. Score here in the top of the 10th. And RBI Baseball is back with all 30 MLB teams and 2014 players get the retro 2-button style baseball game you've been missing. Visit RBI.com for more details and download today on your console and mobile device. Well, 2 out, nobody on. Rajai Davis will bat now. And Davis looks at strike 1. Esmil Rogers in his Yankees debut Sunday is on here today with 2 outs, nobody on. And he's quickly ahead of Davis. Snowballs 2 strikes. Rogers claimed off the waiver wire from Toronto. 2 stints with the Blue Jays this year, making 16 appearances. And now Rajai steps out. Bang that one off his foot. Here are the numbers on Sunday when he defeated the Red Sox. Went 3 innings through 44 pitches. Did not allow a hit.
He was the difference maker for them in that game on Sunday. The Yankees were trailing big early, but the 3 innings that Rogers gave them allowed them to get back in the game.
And the Yankees won 2 out of 3 from their hated rivals. Oh, 0-2 the count. Got an update on Torrey Hunter now. Left hand contusion. The x-rays were negative, and boy, is that good news.
It sure is.
So right now, nothing more than a bruise. Fouled away. And Davis continues to battle. Should Rajay reach, you've got Kinsler waiting on deck. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. Tigers go 1-2-3 in the 10th inning. On our way to the bottom of the 10th in the Bronx.
But the Yankees countered in the second inning. McCann with a solo shot. They went on to score the next couple of runs. A home run by Prado as well. And a double down in the left field corner by Jacoby Ellsbury. Not necessarily in that order, but the Tigers able to chip back. Now they got a solo shot from Romine. Big hit for Avila to tie the score at 3. And then Jabba Chamberlain. Came in after 8 2/3 brilliant innings by David Price. David Price gets some handshakes. He's able to strike out Prado to get out of the jam.
So we go to the bottom of the 10th inning. Chamberlain's still out there. He will face a pinch hitter. Stephen Drew will step in now for Brendan Ryan. Drew last night played in the ball game, was 0 for 3. And he looks at a strike, 0-1. Drew and then Gardner and then Jeter. 9-1-2 for the Yankees. The Yankees only have Cervelli left on their bench. Here's the 0-1. Fouled straight back. 0-2 on Stephen Drew. David Price went 8 2/3 in his Detroit debut tonight. Struck out 10. Jabba came on to get the final out of the ninth. Popped up back out of play. 0-2 the count stays. Chamberlain, in his days with the Yankees, of course, the no facial hair policy.
What do you think the Yankees are thinking right now, looking out at Jabba?
He's taking advantage of his opportunities now with Detroit. Ooh, that one just missed. 1-2 the count. Chamberlain trying to get through the 10th inning here. Give the Tigers offense another shot on the 11th. Outside again, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Gardner, then Jeter here in the 10th. Way outside, and now it's gone from 0-2 to 3-2. Swing and a miss to strike him out. Chamberlain has faced 2 batters. He has whiffed them both. There's 12 strikeouts for Tigers pitching. How about a 4 and after on Java Chamberlain? Here you go. This is what he looked like in his Yankees days. That was August of last year, so in just 1 year, it's been a remarkable transformation.
That is classic.
That's really cool, huh? The new look for Java Chamberlain. Here's Brett Gardner. A little bit outside, 1 ball, no strikes.
There's no doubt that Gardner is looking to pull something to a right field. He's a dead pull hitter. And so Java needs to make sure that he doesn't allow him to pull anything to right field with that short porch. Already a career high in home runs for Gardner. 15 of them.
Gardner has had some heroics against the Tigers last August. Had a walk-off home run. In fact, he had 2 walk-off hits in that series against Detroit. That's way inside. So now the count goes to 3-0.
This is the last guy you want to walk.
Yeah. Not advisable.
With his speed.
Now Chamberlain ready with the 3-0. In there is strike 3 and 1. Yankees had the lead until Alex Avila hit a 2-out tying single, an RBI single in the 7th. We've been tied since. Here's the 3-1. Fouled away. 3-2 now on Brett Gardner. Chamberlain typically comes on for the 8th inning and has 1 inning of work. He is being called on to do some extra work tonight. Got the final out of the 9th and now trying to get through the 10th. 3-2. Bouncing ball slowly back up the middle on the charge. Kinsler, and he's out at first base. 2 gone.
For the Yankees, number 2, Derek Jeter. Number 2.
So here is Derek Jeter. That is the voice that you heard of the late great Bob Shepard, who is the PA announcer here at Yankee Stadium for a lot of years, and he had that classic way of announcing Derek Jeter. They kept it on tape and they still use it. Number 2, Derek Jeter. Now the chance as well. Jeter in the ball game, 1 for 4, batting with 2 outs here in the 10th.
I like how the pitchers show Derek Jeter so much respect that they wait until he gets in the batter's box, and then he gives the pitcher a little bit of a nod as he gave to Jabba, also saying a little mini hello to Jabba before Jabba threw that first pitch.
Chamberlain was quoted as saying heading into this series that, it's the first time he's going to face Jeter now, and having been his teammate, he said the one thing I'm looking forward to is getting that nod from Derek Jeter.
He says he gives it to all his former teammates. Told you last night, Derek Jeter as well. Now, before the game even starts, before he goes and takes his first plate appearance, he waves at the opposing manager.
No balls, 1 strike on Jeter. A little bit outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Two out, nobody out in the 10th. On deck, Jacoby Ellsbury. Grounded foul, third base side. 1-2. Should the Tigers get this thing to the 11th, they would be set up pretty good. Kinsler, Cabrera, Victor Martinez. Jabba's got to get 1 more out for that to happen. These two teams played a 1-run game last night. It's tied tonight in the 10th. Oh, we hit him. Jeter hit by the pitch. Oh, that's going to bring some venom now from the crowd.
Everybody pitches Jeter inside. They've been doing that since he's been in the big leagues because he has that classic inside-out swing, and there's no intent there by Jabba. And Derek Jeter knows that. As a matter of fact, Jabba feels awful about hitting Derek Jeter.
Well, but you knew the fans were going to boo him. That's just what they do here. Especially when you hit Jeter. And now here's what Jabba says. My bad. No intent. So the winning run is on now. That's the last thing that Chamberlain wanted to do was hit Jeter. And here comes Jeff Jones.
Jeff Jones wants to make sure that Jabba Chamberlain is not too upset with the fact that he hit Derek Jeter. It happens. You got to regroup and you got to get this next guy out. Make him smile.
Well, he does have to regroup because Ellsbury is going to stand in. Jeter represents the winning run. Jabba's still upset. Blaine Hardy warming up in the Detroit bullpen. So here is Ellsbury, single double, and RBI tonight as well.
You can't forget about Jeter over at first base. He has 8 steals this season. He's been caught once.
Ball 1 low. Not a whole lot of success for Ellsbury in this matchup. 154 career. Swing and a miss.
Looks like Ellsbury trying to end the game with a home run with that big swing against Jabba. It's a breaking ball down. It looked like he was trying to hit that ball out to center field.
Chamberlain about to throw his 25th pitch. He struck out Prado in the 9th inning. Struck out Drew here in the 10th inning. He's still booing Jabba. Just for a little throw to first base.
He hit Jeter.
I know. Just pretty funny, man.
You saw what he had on his shoes.
King of New York.
Right.
The 1-1. Ooh, little outside. 2 balls, 1 strike now in Ellsbury. There's Teixeira waiting on deck. Ground ball to third. Had him played nicely. Castellanos will throw him out. Inning is over, so nothing comes to the hit batter. No runs, 1 man left. To the 11th we go. Are presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. Look at Monument Park here at the new Yankee Stadium, out beyond the center field walls. All the Yankee greats are immortalized. And here come the Tigers now. Golden opportunity with their 2, 3, and 4 hitters coming up in the 11th inning.
And number 2 will be out at Monument Park as soon as this season is over.
Kinsler is starting things off. He is 0 for 4.
Yankees going to run out of uniform numbers.
I was thinking the same thing. We're going to start seeing, number 97. Stephen Drew stays in the game. He'll play second base. There they are.
I mean, look at all of them. All the good numbers, too.
The 0-1 is grounded to third base, where Headley has been on the mark tonight. 1 gone. Let's see if we can get Cabrera to hit one out here. Well, there's a couple of heavyweight numbers right there.
Yes, indeed.
What number did you wear in your career?
6 a lot of times. Yeah. 12 with the Tigers.
24 has become a very iconic number in Detroit. And Cabrera looks at a strike. Miggy in the ball game, struck out in his last at bat. He's 1 for 4, had a single in the first. Low, 1 ball, 1 strike.
For the most part, they've been able to keep Miggy quiet in this series, which is something that Yankee pitchers really have not been able to do in New York, whether it be old Yankee Stadium or this new Yankee Stadium.
That'll get back into the seats.
Some heroics last year. This was off of Mariano Rivera, arguably the best catcher of all time, and he hit one to straightaway center field that got a wow out of Mariano. And then he did it the next day.
double wow. How about doing it tonight? Rogers ready with the 1-2. High, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
I think I might have called Mariano a catcher, but obviously I meant closer.
There's Victor waiting on deck. Now the 2-2. And around, strike 3. Cabrera could not stop his swing. That is 7 straight now retired by the Yankees pen. Here's Victor Martinez. Victor has one of the 6 Detroit hits in this game, a single back in the 7th. Also knocked in a run in the first inning with a sac fly. Ball 1. There is action in the Detroit bullpen. Nathan and Soria. The Tigers take the lead. It's Nathan. If they don't, it's Soria. Now the 1-0. 2-0 on Martinez. Jeter is the only defender to the left of second base. There's Carrera waiting on deck. Two and 1 the count. Ball game has been tied since the 7th when Avila knocked one in. Tigers have a home run tonight from Romine. The Yankees with a pair of home runs off David Price solo shots, McCann and Prado. Here's the 2-1. 2-2 now on Victor. Yankee bullpen is working. Daly and Hill. Two and 2 to Victor Martinez. In the 11th inning, 2 out, nobody on. 3-3 tie. Rogers ready with a 2-2. To right field, down the line. That ball is going to get down up against the wall. They're going to hold Martinez to a long single. So the go-ahead run is on now for Detroit.
Victor pulled his hands in very nicely on that fastball down and in thrown by Ismael Rogers. As a matter of fact, it was a ball. And he hit it so hard off the wall in right field that Prado, once he got to it, able to hold Victor to a single.
It's going to be it for Rogers. Back to the bullpen will go Joe Girardi. Claps his hands, takes the baseball.
Well, Girardi has a deep bullpen. They have 13 men on their pitching staff, so they have 8 in the bullpen because they knew they were going up against the Tigers, and he felt like he was going to need all 8 of them, and boy, was he right.
We are told that Trout has a hit in that matchup against Clayton Kershaw. Freeway series featuring the Angels and the Dodgers out in L.A.
Kansas City Royals are playing the Arizona Diamondbacks out on the West Coast, well, out in Arizona. So the Tigers need to win this game. Kansas City is beating the Arizona Diamondbacks right now 3-1, and you don't expect to get much help from the Diamondbacks against Kansas City.
Royals 4.5 back, and Cleveland 6 out. Indians were defeated by Cincinnati, so that'll help the Tigers a bit. We'll see what the outcome of this one is. We have a new pitcher for the Yankees with 2 outs and a runner at first base. It's Rich Hill.
He just got here today. As a matter of fact, just signed today. Had good numbers in AAA this year. 29 games, logging 43 innings, a really good ERA. 55 strikeouts and just 18 bases on balls.
He was signed by the Yankees to a minor league deal on July the 16th. Began the season in the Red Sox organization, and now here he is with the Yankees.
It appears that Brian Cashman has picked up everybody and anybody that's hit the waiver wire this year.
Here is Ezekiel Carrera.
Ezekiel's a really good bunter. There's 2 outs, so it might not come into play.
Martinez, the runner at first.
Chase Headley still playing 3-4 steps in on the grass at third base because of the bunting ability of Carrera.
Three game in the 11th. Ezekiel came on to replace Torrey Hunter, who was hit by a pitch in the 9th, and they had to leave the game. A bruised hand. They took x-rays which were negative. Want to know on Carrera, who made a highlight reel catch in the ball game last night.
Oh, what a catch it was.
1-0 is popped up foul, back out of play.
In case you missed it, this is what happened to Torrey Hunter in the 9th inning. He got hit by a breaking ball, and the thing that may have helped Torrey is the fact that the hand was off the bat when the breaking ball hit him in the hand. Had his hand been on the bat, and then that breaking ball compressed the hand even further into the bat, there may have been a break.
Runner goes. Here comes the throw down to second. Tag. Safe at second base. How about that? Victor getting into scoring position.
Well, Hill paying no attention to Victor. Victor went on first movement.
Now they'll bring Don Kelly in to replace him.
It's a poor throw by McCann. Victor caught everybody off guard.
So Victor is out of the ball game now after stealing the base. Tigers have the go-ahead runner at second base. Some laughs in the dugout. They are not used to seeing that part of Martinez's game. Now Carrera trying to knock in Kelly. And he's hit by the pitch. He spun one up there that drilled Carrera in the back.
Now he's got to deal with J.D. Martinez, the right-handed batter, who has driven in quite a few runs this year. Oh, I forgot. Joe's got 8 people in that bullpen.
There's at least a dozen fresh arms in there. Kevin Rand coming out to take a look at Carrera, who is drilled. That is the second Tiger hit in the last 3 innings.
Got him in the right elbow.
Oh, did it?
I think he got him in the right elbow. Looked like he hit him in the ribs, but with the second look, it may have showed that it got him in the elbow. I'm not positive. We'll give you one more look. You can decide.
Yeah, I think you're right. Or maybe a combination of both.
been 3 batters hitting this game so far tonight. Carrera and Torrey and Derek Jeter.
Carrera's going to be okay. He'll stay in the game.
He better be.
But the trainer came out to take a look at him. He was feeling a little bit. So the Yankees go back to the bullpen. Here's what's happening down on the farm. Did you hear that Jim Johnson was signed today by the Tigers?
Well, you may as well take a peek at him. I mean, Jim Johnson, what, back-to-back 50 save seasons for the Baltimore Orioles in 2012 and 2013.
Stephen Moy having a big year at Double-A and a big month of July with 10 home runs in the month of July. And more on that Jim Johnson signing by the Tigers. Let's check in with Trevor Thompson.
Guys, picking up on what you said about Jim Johnson being signed by the Tigers today, Dave Dombrowski said he'll go down to Toledo, try to work a few things out, but they still love his arm strength. The only problem with Johnson so far this year is, and when they had a look at him lately, was not able to locate his pitches. But they figure a change of scenery and some time to work things out down in Toledo could mean big things for them down the stretch. They signed him to be a part of things up here with the big club to help out the bullpen. They just want him to get his location straightened out. So that's what Dave Dombrowski was telling us pregame before when he told us about the signing. So those are a couple of things to think about as far as the signing of Jim Johnson is concerned. Guys, back up to you.
All right, Trev, thanks. Also, he's going to be here tomorrow to throw for Jeff Jones, the Tigers pitching coach, and he'll take a look at him. Meanwhile, Matt Daly is on out of the bullpen for the Yankees.
He checks in with a .485 earned run average, 9 strikeouts, 6 walks for the right-hander, pitching now in his 13th game. And J.D. Martinez so far this season has done much better work against right-handers than left-handers, but yet Joe Girardi took the lefty out of the game to bring the righty in to face J.D. Martinez.
And Martinez in this game is 0 for 4. He's got Kelly at second, Carrera at first. See if J.D. now can find a gap. And he hits a ground ball to third. And Headley, well, he's been on point all night. That'll end the threat. No runs, 2 men left. To the bottom of the 11th we go.
And Jabba Chamberlain trotted out of the Tigers bullpen in the 9th inning. It's the first time he's been back on this mound since leaving as a free agent to sign with the Tigers. Got a strikeout to end the 9th, then he struck out the next batter to begin the 10th. He hit Derek Jeter, so that added a little stress, but he was able to get the next hitter out. Jabba Chamberlain stretched out a little bit here tonight by Brad Ausmus, going 1 1/3 innings. He usually just goes 1 inning.
Here is our game summary tonight. David Price in his Tigers debut goes 8 2/3, striking out 10, didn't walk anybody. McCann and Prado each homering. Romine homered as well, and Avila tied the game in the 7th. Joakim Soria, the new Tigers pitcher. And he delivers strike one to Mark Teixeira.
Numbers combined with Texas and Detroit, 17 of 19 saves and save opportunities for Soria, who was closing in Texas.
Low and away. 1 ball, 1 strike. Teixeira tonight is 0 for 4. Batting only .230. Here's the 1-1. 2 balls, 1 strike out to Teixeira. Ichiro waiting on deck. And then Brian McCann. Drilled toward right field. J.D. Martinez coming over. And 1 gone here in the 11th. We'll bring up Ichiro, who did not start this game. Came on as a pinch runner for Carlos Beltran in the 9th inning.
Both managers here tonight have elected to pinch run for their designated hitters. So not only is Beltran gone, but Victor Martinez no longer part of the game.
Ichiro played in the ball game last night. And he takes a ball outside, 1-0. Career numbers against Soria, he's seen him a little bit. 0 for 7, couple of strikeouts. Ichiro last night was 1 for 3. And he shoots that one foul back out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Ichiro, since coming stateside in 2001 when he won the Rookie of the Year, he also was an MVP, won a Gold Glove, made an All-Star team. No one has gotten more hits, no one's played more games than Ichiro, and he also has 110 assists, mostly from that right field position. Storied career for Ichiro.
On the outer edge, 1-2. Brian McCann waiting on deck. 1 out in the 11th. It is 3-3. Way outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Ichiro. Ichiro was acquired from Seattle back in July of 2012. Did he go? Negative. He held up. So that'll make it 3-2 now on Ichiro.
Good call by Mike Winters. And the umpire down at third base tonight. Mike Winters had a tight strike zone last night.
He did. It's a high fly ball, shallow center field. Carrera coming in. And Ichiro has gone 2 away.
David Price gave up a couple of solo shots in this game. He gave up the first one to McCann. It was way back in the 2nd inning when David missed with the location of his fastball just enough to allow Brian McCann to get out in front of that fastball in the mid-90s and hit it over the right field wall.
He'll step in here with 2 outs in the 11th.
McCann won 5 Silver Slugger Awards as the premier catcher, hitting catcher, I should say, in the National League.
Strike 1.
Because Yadier is winning all the Gold Gloves.
Averages with Atlanta almost 22 home runs per season there. Got 12 so far this year in a Yankees uniform. David Price will get a no decision in his first Tigers start, which has gone extra innings. And a bouncing ball right side. Kinsler has it, and that is that. It's a 1-2-3 inning for Soria. Let's go to the 12th. Baseball on Fox Sports Detroit is brought to you by Comerica Bank, a part of Detroit and the community since 1849. By your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers, visit ChevyDetroit.com. See why Chevy drives the Motor City. By Wallside Windows, the official window company of Fox Sports Detroit. And by T-Mobile, unleash from the rules of wireless restrictions. 3-3 is our score. We go to the top of the 12th here at Yankee Stadium. They've been tied since the 7th when the Tigers knotted it up. Castellanos leads it off, then Avila, then Romine. 7, 8, 9 in the Detroit lineup. Facing the right-hander Daly. And it's ball one low. Castellanos had a huge rip there. 1 ball, 1 strike on Nick.
Here's where, as a hitter, and because you've been here all day, most of the guys have gotten to the ballpark about 1 o'clock this afternoon. Very long night. You have to still really concentrate on having good plate appearances. You can't try to hit every ball out of the ballpark.
One is drilled to center field. On the run is Ellsbury. He'll get there in front of the warning track, and Castellanos is out number 1. He's going to bring up Avila. Singled in a run in the 7th. That tied the game. He's 1 for 4. drilled deep into right field. That ball is way back, and Alex Avila has untied this game.
He has got a knack for hitting big home runs when the team absolutely needs him most.
He absolutely crushed that ball, a no-doubter, and the Tigers have the lead 4-3. What a big home run for Avila, his 8th of the year.
And something just spinning right around the belt buckle and really sped up the bat of Avila. As soon as he hit it, he knew it was gone, and so did the Yankees. And Prado, the right fielder, he didn't move.
Boy, did that sound loud. So it's a 4-3 ball game as Avila gets 2 clutch RBIs in this game. The single to tie it up in the 7th, and the homer to put him ahead here in the 12th. Romine, the batter, now in a 4-3 game. Ball 1 missing outside. Romine had a home run himself back in the 6th inning. That was off Kuroda. He lines one toward left, slicing away from Gardner. Sliding attempt. Brett Gardner can play some left field, man. He was a really good center fielder.
Between him and Jacoby Ellsbury in the outfield, there's not a lot of balls that are going to drop on that side of the field because both guys have tremendous speed. Both guys get really good jumps as well in the outfield.
Two down. That'll bring up the top of the order now. Rajai Davis. 0 in the error column in 98 games that left this year. Rajai had a single his first at bat, and he looks at a breaking ball strike right below the knees. Action in the Tigers bullpen. The closer is up again, Joe Nathan. Swing and a miss. Rajai behind in the count 0-2. Yankees have the bottom 3 due up when we get to the bottom of the 12th. One and 2. Hit totals even at 8 now. Avila's blast has given the Tigers the lead 4-3. Got him, strike 3. Davis caught looking, inning over. However, Avila goes deep. Boy, what a big one for Alex. 8th of the year. Tigers up 1.
Anticipated starts for a starting pitcher in Tigers history when David Price took the ball here today. He pitched 8 2/3 innings. He had 10 strikeouts for the most part. Didn't give up a whole lot to the New York Yankees other than a couple of solo shots and a double by Jacoby Ellsbury, but he put his team in a position to win. And Mario, he did something that he did quite often in a Tampa Bay Rays uniform. He pitched into the 8th inning here tonight.
Well, into the 9th inning tonight. 8 2/3, 10 strikeouts and no walks. What an outing tonight for David Price in his first as a Tiger.
He has 6 complete games this year, David Price.
So here is Joe Nathan. He's got a 1-run lead to protect as we go to the bottom of the 12th.
He's got 22 saves and 27 chances.
First pitch to Chase Headley is outside, 1 ball, no strikes. Headley is 0 for 3 against Nathan. For 4 in this ball game. Here's the 1-0. 2-0 on Headley. Meanwhile, Avila is going to start celebrating the 5th of August. It's a personal holiday for him because on the 5th of August last year he hit that dramatic home run in Cleveland in the 9th inning to propel the Tigers, and he's hit one here in the 12th on August 5th this year. There's a strike and the count goes to 2-1.
Today's one of my sister's birthdays.
Oh, so it's all coming together now.
It sure is. I have 2 sisters, Jackie and Karen. Today's Karen's birthday.
You allowed to say how many?
She's a couple of years older than I am.
Okay, that's all we get. Here's the 2-1. Foul back, 2-2. Headley and then Prado and then Drew due up. Joe Nathan looking for 3 outs here to get his ball club a win in game 2 in the series. Here's the 2-2. Driven in the air to right field. That ball is hit well. Martinez back. Track wall, and he makes the catch. Yikes. Wasn't going to be deep enough to get out. JD ran it down at the wall. Deep breath, everyone. 1 gone.
You have to hold your breath anytime a fly ball is hit to right field because of the short porch, but Headley did not get enough of that one. Obviously, J.D. Martinez is able to go back and make a play before running into the wall. Headley knew he didn't get it from the time he left the batter's box, though.
Here's Martin Prado. He'll foul one back out of play, 0-1. Martin Prado, 267. He has homered in this game. That came against Price, who surrendered 2 solo shots. Here's the 0-1. Make it 0-2 now on Martin Prado. Tiger bullpen tonight has seen Java. Came on for an inning and a third. Soria. And now Nathan here in the 12th. Here's the 0-2. In the air to right. And that's straight at Martinez this time. 2 gone. 1 more out to get. Yankees' last chance is Stephen Drew. .178 batting average for Drew. In the air, should do it. Here comes Davis. It's a 1-2-3 ninth for Joe Nathan, and the Tigers win it tonight in 12.
Hard fought win here tonight. 12 innings needed to get the victory, but it doesn't matter how long you play when you win them.
On the Alex Avila home run, the Tigers win in 12. Your final score 4-3. Back with more.